Chapter 57. The question was, where did this housekeeper of the Who residence come from? Selling exam questions had nothing to do with him for more than 10 years. Why were there two people in the Who residence doing the same thing this year? Was Master Who so short of money that he went crazy? Lu Xiaoyi's first thought was that this was a trap. It was a trap for Aunt Cai Huan, and also a trap for Lu Province. Who was scheming behind the scenes? He did not know. On the surface, it was Lu Booping from the Who residence, but it might not be the truth. Once the matter was exposed, Master Who would not be able to explain it clearly even if he had 100 mouths. Putting aside who was the culprit, it was definitely not a poor scholar like Wu Shuang. He did not have the ability, even if his future father-in-law was involved. Lanyu County Magistrate was just a small county under Pu City. He could not extend his reach that far. The most important thing now was how to stop this possible conspiracy against Lu Province. What made him depressed was that he could not tell his mother about this matter. Because from a subjective point of view, he and Aunt Cai Huan both had the subjective desire to cheat. He could only solve it himself. Wasn't it just cheating? Why did it become so complicated? Would it be because of this matter that Li San's real disclosure was delayed? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. This cultivation had created a pile of troubles in the mortal world. Since he was in the situation, it was impossible to stay out of it. The only good news was that he knew the location of the handover, Tongfu Opera House. He also knew the specific time. It would be the third day or the second day before the exam. It would not be later. Time passed quietly. Lu Xiaoyi went out again to buy some things and investigate the terrain. He needed to be more careful. This time, it was different from the spring festival. He could not fail. In fact, he could just find a chance to talk to Aunt Cai Huan openly and not let her continue. However, doing so would not be clean. What if Lu Booping happened to get such an opportunity and wanted to make a fortune? If the business failed, he would blame Aunt Cai Huan for not keeping her promise. If he exposed this matter again, although there was no direct evidence, gossip was a fearful thing. It would not be good for Lu Province. If Lu Booping was indeed digging a hole, then who was behind it? He had to be clear about this. He couldn't be so unclear. He might have dodged it this time, but what about the next time? Therefore, they needed to see the real deal. At the very least, he had to let this schemer know the attitude of Lu Province. He felt a surge of emotions. This was the first time he was a hero in a busy city. Although he was a cultivator and doing this was a bit of a bully, he did not have any psychological burden. After all, wasn't the purpose of learning skills just for this day? Wasn't it just to protect his family? Unfortunately, his current ability was still a little weak. He could not be as calm as a real cultivator who could wave his hand and disperse the dark clouds. Another 3 days passed. On this day, according to the usual practice, the questions had been stored in the database and there were no more changes. Early in the morning, Lu Xiaoyi arrived at the courtyard of the storehouse where the miscellaneous items were stored. Old Kang, who was in charge of the storehouse, hurriedly greeted him. The little master was a rare guest here. This year, they wouldn't even see him once, so they had to serve him well. Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand. You go do your own thing. I'm here to look for some old toys. I don't need anyone to accompany me. This search took him half a day. Even his lunch was settled in the storehouse. Old Kang wanted to help, but he couldn't, because he didn't know what the little master was looking for. Seeing that it was the middle of the night, the clear voice of a little maid came from the stable, which was only a wall away from the storehouse. Old Ma, prepare the carriage. Aunt Cai Huan will use it in half an hour. This was the purpose Lu Xiaoyi wanted to achieve. Separated by a wall, ordinary people couldn't hear the voice on the other side. However, he was different. His perception was already that of a cultivator's. No matter how far he was, he couldn't do it. However, a wall couldn't stop him. It was very troublesome for a woman from a big family to travel. She had to prepare the carriage and the sedan, and she also had to dress up. This preparation was indispensable. It would not lose the identity of a big family. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyi could determine the time when Aunt Cai Huan would go out. He still had more than half an hour, so he could make it in time. After casually grabbing a few items from the storeroom, Lu Xiaoyi quickly returned to his study room and began to make the preparations that he had long thought of. Makeup was very troublesome for ordinary people, but there was actually a trick to it. It didn't need to be earth-shattering and unrecognizable. It only needed to be changed in a few special places. As long as people weren't particularly familiar with you, they would only pay attention to the characteristics of your face. They wouldn't observe you as a whole. For example, put on a mustache, put a plaster on your temples, and put on a big mole. After tidying up his face, he quickly took off all his clothes. He was naked, and then put on 3 robes, 1 white, 1 black, and 1 green. The weather was too hot, and the underwear was a little bloated. He hoped that there wouldn't be a third change of clothes. If that happened, he would have to run naked in Pu City. The color of the clothes was also the focus of other people's memories. He pasted 2 pieces of jade that he had carved yesterday on his legs. This was the magic that he was most proficient in now. It could save his life in times of danger. He circulated the qi circulation formula, and his body emitted a slight explosive sound. He was already half a head shorter. If he went out like this, even his own mother would have to take a long time to recognize him. After everything was ready, he directly jumped from the study to the roof. The courtyard was quiet. Everyone knew that the little husband didn't like to be disturbed, so they were happy to take a nap in the house. No one was loitering in the courtyard. His courtyard was on the side of Lu Province. There was a remote alley behind 2 rows of houses. This was the wealthy district of Pu City. There weren't any idle people, and there were no peddlers walking through the streets. This was all within his expectations. It was the result of his observation over the past few days. He quickly walked out of the alley. After crossing a street, there was a carriage shop that accepted goods and people. He found a carriage and jumped on it. Morning wind brothel, hurry. He threw down a piece of silver and didn't say anything else. This was what he had learned from watching spy movies in his previous life. This was the first time he used it, and he was quite good at it. He also knew that this might be superfluous, but he just wanted to be fresh. He had to do it perfectly. Throughout the whole process, he operated his concealment to the extreme. He didn't forget that there were other cultivators in this world. If he used some special methods to track them, it would be difficult for a rookie like him to hide. Therefore, the use of both cultivation methods and mortal means was to minimize the traces. If there was an impressive high-level cultivator in this city, they could only blame themselves for their bad luck. They couldn't do nothing just because there was such a possibility, right? There were still a few streets away from Morning Wind Brothel. Lu Xiaoyi took off his black robe in the carriage and stuck 2 strands of beard on it. Then, he gently lifted the carriage curtain and jumped out. By doing this, the coachman wouldn't know where he got off. He switched to another carriage, and this time, he went straight to Tongfu Opera House. When he got off the carriage at Tongfu, only an hour had passed. Aunt Xiai Huan was dragging her feet, and there was still an hour's distance from him. He glanced at the carriages outside Tongfu Opera House. A carriage with the Hu Mansion symbol was among them. This was good news. He was most afraid that Lu Bumpy would come later than Aunt Tsai Huan, which would cause a lot of trouble. Chapter 58. Lu Xiaoyi had always been curious. If this really was a trap for Lu Province, what would the opponent do? Exposure would be the most devastating blow to a family like Lu Province that relied on their reputation to make a living. Their reputation would be ruined, and in a few years, Lu Province would be torn apart by countless vicious wolves. So, in this world where there were no recordings or videos, what would they do? The only way was to catch them in the act. The transaction was likely to be completed in a very short period of time. No matter how stupid Aunt Cai Huan was, she wouldn't delay for too long in this kind of situation. Therefore, the key was how the government's forces could arrive in the shortest time possible. Obviously, there wasn't enough time to dispatch from the Yamen. For this kind of thing, it was best to catch the thief with the stolen goods and seize it on the spot. In other words, it was very likely that the officials were already lying in ambush nearby. This was Lu Xiaoyi's judgment. There was still enough time, and he had the opportunity to verify it. From the bottom of his heart, he was still kind and didn't want to use guesses as a basis to solve problems. Near Tung Fuk Mansion, there were 2 alleys where people could hide and arrive quickly. There were too many shops in other places, and there was an endless stream of people coming and going. It wasn't a good place to gather. Lu Xiaoyi had already figured all of this out a few days ago. When he settled down to do things, he could still consider everything very comprehensively. For a rice worm who yearned for a comfortable life, anyone who dared to disturb his happy life would be his irreconcilable enemy. The first alleyway was normal. At least in Lu Xiaoyi's eyes, the beggars and peddlers were normal. After all, this wasn't a real spy battle. They were just catching a noble lady from Lu province, not a famous bandit. The officials wouldn't go so far as to mobilize so many people and use all their skills. The second alleyway was a small gathering of several idlers. Although they were dressed like ordinary people, the fast boots on their feet revealed their true identities. He recognized one of them. It was the leader of the group who had gone to Lu province to pass on the news last time. Lu Xiaoyi didn't directly go there. Instead, he used the same trick and entered a rice store from another street. Behind the rice store was the place where those people gathered. He still had 30 minutes to confirm the real purpose of these people. He relied on his extraordinary hearing. 15 minutes later, nothing happened behind the rice stall. Lu Xiaoyi was about to leave when a few whispers came from behind the wall. "Chairman, what are you doing? The reason is unknown, the target is unknown, and the time is uncertain. All we can do is wait foolishly. The weather is so hot. Why don't we find a place to drink some tea and rest for a while?" The leader of the Ox Squad said, "This is a task personally handed down by Judicial Division's Sir Song. It cannot be neglected. In our line of work, we shouldn't ask so many questions. Since the higher-ups didn't say anything, why should we get to the bottom of it and make ourselves uncomfortable? In any case, it's an open arrest, so there must be evidence. It won't harm our reputation. Hold on for a while longer. When someone comes to greet us and lead the way, we'll just have to do it." Summer afternoons were the most unbearable time of the day. It was still fine at home, but in this empty little town, the sun was scorching, and there was nowhere to hide. It was no wonder that the officials complained. Lu Xiaoyi heard everything clearly and no longer had any doubts in his heart. All of his guesses had been confirmed. The things he had learned from the spy movies in his previous life seemed to have some effect. These constables didn't know who they were waiting for. This was very consistent with the way the officials did things. Pu City wasn't big, and the relationships were complicated. If they leaked too early, the news couldn't be controlled. It seemed that the person behind this had thought it through very carefully. The more it was like this, the angrier Lu Xiaoyi felt. Was it easy for me to come to this world? Why do I want to disturb his peaceful life? Are you looking for trouble? He didn't hesitate anymore. It was time to act swiftly. He turned the corner and walked directly into Tongfu Opera House from the main entrance. He threw a silver piece to the waiter who came up to him. "I have an appointment with the Hu residence's housekeeper. Lead the way." His voice was hoarse and sounded like metal clanging. The waiter didn't have any doubts. Their first judgment of a person was based on their bearing. Although Lu Xiaoyi had changed his appearance greatly, the influence of the young master of Lu province for more than 10 years gave him a natural air of nobility. This couldn't be imitated. The waiter didn't have any doubts and hurriedly raised his hand to lead the way. "Sir, please. Officer Lu has been here for a while now. He's in Heaven Room A." The two of them walked up the stairs. Lu Xiaoyi pretended to ask casually, "Are there any other guests?" The waiter smiled. "No, there's only Officer Lu. He's waiting for you." The road was uneven. After all, he was just a housekeeper, and it was impossible for him to have a personal bodyguard. The only stable was left outside, in charge of observing the arrival of the Lu family's carriage, so that he could inform the hidden officials and lead the way. This wasn't chasing after a famous thief, it was just a woman. When they reached the second floor, Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand. "You can go now. Don't let any strangers in." The waiter lowered his head and bowed. This was a common practice among nobles. Although the person in front of him looked unfamiliar, his bearing couldn't be wrong. There was no need to doubt him. Under the waiter's respectful gaze, Lu Xiaoyi arrived at Heaven Room A. He lightly knocked on the door frame and an old voice came from inside. "Please come in." Lu Xiaoyi turned around and smiled at the waiter. He pushed the door open and entered. The waiter then went downstairs to greet the other guests. He thought that when he was free, he must send over a pot of fragrant tea. Who knows, the guest from Defy might have a generous reward. Closing the door, an old man sitting behind the tea table looked puzzled. Clearly, he had no impression of this stranger. He frowned. "Who are you? You and I don't know each other. Did you enter the wrong room?" According to the normal plot, Lu Xiaoyi should have pulled a chair over and sat in front of the old man. He should have crossed his legs and stared at him with a mocking gaze. Then, he should have said some nonsense. It would have been best if he had a small object in his hand that he could toss and catch, or a lighter or something, to create mental pressure on the old man. But he also knew that he didn't know if this would create pressure, but this kind of distance would definitely create variables. This wasn't acting. If there was a mistake, the director wouldn't call for a retake. He took 2 steps forward and pressed down on the old man who was about to stand back down on the chair. One hand on the old man's shoulder, and the other hand on the old man's throat. This was the correct way to solve the problem. "You and I really don't know each other, but I didn't find the wrong person. Lu Buping, you're the housekeeper of the Hu residence, right?" The old man was fully aware of the danger at this time. Thinking about his purpose of coming here, he already had some guesses. But he had been through a lot, so he didn't panic or lose his composure. "It's me, Lu Buping. But what is your purpose of coming here? Do you have a grudge? Or were you entrusted by someone? Gentlemen don't speak ill of each other, let alone fight. At my age, I can't take this kind of shock." This person wasn't easy to deal with. This was Lu Xiaoyi's first impression. Chapter 59. When a person is in a state of shock, there are many natural reactions. Cursing, struggling, resisting, begging for mercy, these are all signs of a psychological breakdown. If he works harder, he will be able to take out his treasures. But this old man, who pretended to be a fool with a purpose, only showed that he was clear-headed and knew what he was doing. He also knew what he was facing. It was very difficult to make such a person submit completely in a short period of time, and Lu Xiaoyi did not have much time. Why did he come here? Why didn't he just persuade Aunt Cai to stop? He wanted to solve this problem once and for all. Even if he could not solve it, he wanted to show the person behind this. He wanted to make sure he did not dare to do it again. Otherwise, why would he hide this time? What about next time? There was only 1,000 days of being a thief, but not 1,000 days of being on guard. This was what the young master of Lu Province had to do. Who ordered you to frame Lu Province? Tell me, and I will spare your life. Lu Xiaoyi went straight to the point. When the old man heard this, he sighed. The Lu residence was indeed the Lu residence. The Sima residence was not to be trifled with. It had not been easy for him to gain the trust of that foolish woman. He was only one step away from success, but he did not expect that someone would interfere. There was no need to think, this person must be from the Lu residence, or was asked by the Lu residence to come. I don't understand what you are saying. If you don't let go, I will shout for help. He could only play dumb. Lu Xiaoyi smiled contemptuously. Then why don't you shout? You have lived for so long, so you must have seen a lot. I think you know that shouting at the scene of harm is the path to death. Since you don't know anything, why don't I search you and see what kind of outstanding documents the butler of the Hu residence has on him? The old man begged for mercy. Fine, since you know everything, I can't insist. But please give this old man some face and let this old man do it himself, okay? Lu Xiaoyi nodded. He did not have any experience in body searching. If it was a woman with a full body, he would not mind doing it himself. But this was an old man who was almost buried up to his neck. How could he be in the mood to search him? It would be best if he did it himself. Anyway, as an ordinary person, how could an old and frail person like him be a match for a young and strong cultivator with spiritual power? He was confident that he could stop Steward Lu before he made a move. Lu Buping shook his head and sighed. He slowly took out a small roll of silk brocade from his boot and handed it to Lu Xiaoyi. It did not seem to be fake. Lu Xiaoyi took the silk brocade and subconsciously opened it to check if it was real or fake. But he did not notice that Lu Buping's hand conveniently wiped his mouth. Then, he calmly picked up the teacup in front of him and drank the tea. He coughed violently and swallowed the thing in his throat. Lu Xiaoyi immediately reacted and patted his back, but it was too late. Lu Buping's face was gloomy. He was coughing and mocking. There are 2 rolls in the boot tube. One scroll was fake, and the other was real. It's really in this old man's stomach. Open it and you'll get it. But I advise you to be quick. The ink is thin. Once it enters my stomach, I'm afraid it won't last long. Old dog. Good idea. Lu Xiaoyi realized that he had underestimated the treachery of the people in this world. He thought that he was already very careful, but he did not expect that Lu Buping's defense was watertight. He could even trick under his nose. This was a lesson. Lu Buping laughed grimly. There's no evidence. What can you do to me? Send to the officials? Lynch? Or kill me? The people from the arrest department are downstairs. Can you escape? The world is big, and there are countless mysteries. Do you know why there are so few murderers in the mortal world? Because there are powers in this world that you cannot understand. I want to harm your Lu province. So what? From the moment I swallowed the silk brocade, I was an old man who came to Tongfu Opera House to listen to the opera. Everyone can prove it. Lu Xiaoyi calmed down. He could not be angry, and he could not be provoked by his opponent. Is it worth it to do this? Lu Buping glared back at him with a venomous gaze. What's worth it or not? I have 1 foot in the grave. If not for my funeral, who would abandon me? If I offend your Lu province, I don't have to worry about my funeral. If I offend the instigator, I don't even have a funeral. You tell me, how should I choose? Let go. I won't stop you. I'll let you go. The grudges between us will be settled in the future. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Fine. His right hand held his neck, and his left hand exerted force. He pressed the back of his head. There was a cracking sound. Lu Buping's neck was broken. He lay limp on the armchair. His urine and feces flowed down his pants. His limbs were still twitching non-stop. Lu Xiaoyi turned around and said softly, No one can deprive me of my right to be a happy rice worm. No matter if it's you, or the people behind you. After leaving the private room, Lu Xiaoyi closed the door. His steps were natural. He was not in a hurry, nor was he delaying. The waiter at the staircase came over with a pot of fragrant tea. Sir, this is... He did not expect that the conversation between these 2 people would be so short. It was so short that he did not have time to curry favor. He saw that the customer who came later had a gloomy face. He brushed past him, leaving only half a sentence. We don't see eye to eye. The waiter froze there. He could neither advance nor retreat. In his line of work, it was a profession that tested one's eyesight the most. If one's eyesight was good, one would be rewarded endlessly. If one did not know what was good for them and went forward, a scolding would be light. It was normal to be slapped in the face. In this situation, he thought about it and gave up on the idea of going in to deliver the tea. If they did not see eye to eye, it meant that the discussion had broken down. If the discussion broke down, naturally the customer would be in a bad mood. If he sent this pot of tea up now, not only would he not get anything good, he would also be annoyed. When he looked downstairs again, the customer had already gone far away. Lu Xiaoyi walked on the main street. His speed was not fast. This street was the only way to come from the direction of Lu province. The carriages of large families would not easily enter those remote alleys. Firstly, it was very bumpy. Secondly, there were beggars and thieves harassing them. Therefore, they had to take the main street. Near a corner, behind a silk shop, Lu Xiaoyi flashed in. After 10 breaths, he came out again. He was already wearing the last green robe on his body. His mustache had also been pulled off by him. Walking along the main street, he felt something in his heart. Murder. It was the first time in both his lives. But what made him feel strange was that he did not feel any discomfort in his heart. He was dizzy with blood, but he was not dizzy with death. What made him surprised was that at the last moment, there was no hesitation in his decision. It was as if killing Lu Buping was the best solution. There was no other way. He did it, but he did not regret it. This person was very dangerous. For his own rice worm life, he could not be left alive. Leaving him alive would be the greatest irresponsibility to Lu Province. He could also guess that Lu Buping was paving the way for his future. He wanted to give his descendants a bright future. The price was that Lu Province would perish together with him. His hopes were pinned on the mastermind behind it. To Lu Buping, this was a very correct choice. Lu Province only had reputation left. What actual power did it have? As for who the mastermind behind it was, this was not difficult to guess. It was the arrest office, the judicial department's Sir Song. How could it be a small figure if he could mobilize people on this line? This Lu Buping lying here was an answer. It was the attitude of Lu Province. As for the so-called incomprehensible power that Lu Buping had threatened him with, it was referring to cultivators. Lu Xiaoyi understood this point very well. This was also the reason why he had been so careful throughout his entire operation. With his previous life's espionage and his cultivation in this life, if this was exposed, he would accept it. He could not just wait for death and not do anything, right? Chapter 60. Amidst the heavy traffic, the sun was particularly bright, dispersing the shadow left behind by his killing. He couldn't help but ask himself, I used to be a person who loved life so much. How did I become so unscrupulous about the lives of others? Was it a change in the process of crossing over? Or was it the madness under the surface of the original Lu Xiaoyi's gentle appearance? Or perhaps, this was the real him, the true face of the poor loser who had accomplished nothing and acted as if he didn't care. Because of his cultivation, he felt that the laws of the world could no longer restrain him as a cultivator. No matter what, as long as he was happy and achieved his goal. In front of the carriage, the speed was steady and the sound of hooves was clear. In an inconspicuous position in front of the carriage, the word Lu could be clearly seen. Lu Xiaoyi naturally took something out of his sleeve and placed it on the side of the road. After estimating the distance, he took out a flint and lit it as if there was no one else around. This was the most popular fireworks in this world's festive season. Of course, there were no strict restrictions like in his previous life. It could be set off at any time and any place, but it was expensive and not something that poor people could afford. When the fireworks started, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. People subconsciously looked at the fireworks, not at the person who inexplicably lit the fireworks. The old horse's skill was superb. The fireworks in front of him did not cause any trouble to him. With a wave of his whip, the two horses had already passed the fireworks. He was still wondering in his heart, which family did this brat come from? If he encountered a novice driver and frightened the horse, it would be a big disaster. Because his mind was completely focused on the two horses in front of him, he strongly restrained them to prevent them from running around, so he did not feel that his carriage seemed to be heavier than before. He was the driver, not the horse, so of course he could not feel it. The carriages in this world were not made of a rigid structure. The frame was made of wood and the surroundings were covered with cloth curtains, including the curtains for the passengers. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyi could easily jump up. Immediately, he covered the mouth of the old woman in the carriage. For such a secret matter, there was no reason to bring a maid. There were too many people and too many mouths, so it was a very shallow consideration. Aunt Tsaihuan, it's me, little Yi. I'm not a robber. Lu Xiaoyi had regained his voice, so the old woman quickly recognized him. She couldn't help but scold, you're a family member who has lived with you for 19 years. Little Yi, what are you doing? You look like this. Lu Xiaoyi said concisely, Auntie Cai, it's a long story. Let's make it short. Lu Buping had set up an ambush in Tongfu. He wanted to use you as an excuse to buy questions to ruin the reputation of Lu Province. I was lucky enough to see through this trap. Now, tell old Ma to return home. We can't go to that place anymore. Aunt Cai Huan was skeptical, but the current situation was that even Lu Xiaoyi could not hide her secret from him. One could imagine how big the loophole was. Her thinking was a little simple, but she had been following her mistress for a long time and was not a stupid person. She just stared at Lu Xiaoyi, waiting for him to give an answer. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Auntie Cai, let's talk after we return to the mansion. It's not convenient right now. The carriage turned around. Although the old horse didn't understand, it didn't need to understand. It just did as it was told. When they approached Lu Province, the two horses felt light. Aunt Cai Huan felt her vision blur, and she was the only one left in the carriage. In surprise, she scolded again, "That little monkey." Lu Xiaoyi used the tornado escape armor under his feet, jumped over the roof, and returned to his study. The defense of this world was still too sloppy. However, he couldn't blame old Jun and the others. They could only guard against those running on the ground, but not those jumping. In the future, they would not be able to do anything to those flying in the sky. After entering the study, he had just restored his face to its original state when the servant girl outside shouted, "Young master, Auntie Cai Huan is here." Auntie Cai Huan moved a chair and sat there. She stared at Lu Xiaoyi without saying a word. Lu Xiaoyi smiled and said, "What's wrong with Auntie Cai? Tired? Let me massage Auntie Cai's shoulders." Auntie Cai Huan was unmoved. "Little Yi, don't give me that. Tell me, what's going on?" Lu Xiaoyi laughed and said what he could say. However, Auntie Cai Huan was very dissatisfied because she could feel that there were many loopholes in it, and there were places that could not be justified. "Your wings have hardened and you've learned to not tell the truth. Let me ask you, how did you guess that I would buy the questions? Don't talk about those useless coincidences, I want to hear the truth." Lu Xiaoyi was a little embarrassed. Because little Yi, I also bought the questions, but I didn't spend any money, and the source is authentic. So, I know that your channel is not very reliable. Auntie Cai Huan laughed. "So that's how it is. Then, it was the Li family who took over, right?" Lu Xiaoyi immediately put a high hat on her. Auntie Cai is wise and powerful. Her eyes are like torches, and she has great foresight, Auntie Cai Huan sighed. "That's right, the Li family owes you a favor. If I knew that little Yi had such thoughts, why would I have gotten involved? I was afraid that you would be like your mother, not knowing how to be flexible and not letting go of the rules. However, is there any news from the Li family?" Lu Xiaoyi said truthfully, "Today and tomorrow, we still have to see how this matter ferments. Maybe it will have an impact, maybe it won't. It's hard to say." Auntie Cai Huan was a little regretful. "Little Yi, Auntie has delayed you." Lu Xiaoyi was indifferent. "Auntie Cai, I'll tell you the truth. It's just that I didn't buy the questions. Did I study for more than 10 years for nothing? I just wanted to add a layer of insurance. It's fine if I have it, but it's fine if I don't." This was a little boastful, but what could he do now? Some things outside of his body, he obviously didn't care about himself, but he still needed to fight for his loved ones, as long as they were happy. Auntie Cai Huan sighed again. "Since you've already gone to Tongfu, have you seen Lu Buping?" Auntie was a little rash this time and didn't think too much. "Now that I think about it, if this person turned around and made a false accusation, would there be any problems?" Lu Xiaoyi asked, "Just based on this matter alone, did you come into contact with anyone else?" Auntie Cai Huan was resolute. "No. No matter how muddle-headed Auntie is, in this kind of big matter that could damage Lu Province's reputation, I wouldn't allow too many people to participate. There was only Lu Buping, and the others didn't even have servants. When we entered Tongfu Opera House, we all went alone." Lu Xiaoyi said softly, "If that's the case, Auntie Cai can rest assured that Lu Buping will definitely not open his mouth to speak ill of Lu Province again." Auntie Cai Huan covered her mouth. "Little Yi, you." Lu Xiaoyi sighed. This matter couldn't be hidden. At this moment, Tongfu Opera House was already in an uproar, wasn't it? Since they're targeting our Lu Province, they need to pay a sufficient price. Otherwise, they won't be able to warn the future generations. "Auntie Cai, let me ask you something. When father was the chief of staff, did he kill anyone? Auntie Cai Huan said, I've never seen anyone kill with their own hands, but there were many who used schemes to kill. The two of them fell silent. The higher up the ranks, the more complicated it was. A person with perfect morals could not reach the position of chief of staff. So, who dared to say that their hands were not stained with blood? Auntie Cai Huan was very emotional. In the end, he was still Chief Lu's bloodline. No matter how introverted and weak he used to be, as he grew up, the ruthlessness of the Lu family still showed itself. She wondered if the mistress would be happy if she knew about it. Or was she worried too much? Since young, he had been raised like a sparrow. Now, he looked a little like an eagle. In the future, would he still change? She now felt that little Yi's way of handling things was good. He should not continue. The current Lu province could not hold a troublemaker. But she couldn't say this, because it was her own carelessness that caused the trouble. Chapter 61. Little Yi, you've grown up. I don't know how to help you in the future. Lu Xiaoyi held her hand. You've always helped me, and you'll do the same in the future. The only difference is, please allow me to help you in the future. Aunt Cai, shouldn't we not tell mother about this? If she finds out that we're both thinking about how to cheat, she won't let us off. Aunt Cai Huan smiled bitterly. I'm old. I actually formed an alliance with a little monkey like you. Don't you think I'm getting worse and worse? But only this time. If you don't behave in the future, I won't accommodate you just because we share a secret. At the door, Aunt Cai Huan looked back at him. Little Yi, I didn't find a wife for you this time because I firmly believe that you can pass the exam, but that's not a reason for you to indulge yourself. Can't you avoid some people when you go to the Li family's side courtyard? Lu Xiaoyi blushed with shame and bowed repeatedly. The news of his secret rendezvous with second sister Li had spread to Aunt Cai Huan. In fact, it wasn't his carelessness, but a little deliberate. Setting up a character needed to be managed. If he wanted to hide one aspect, he had to expose another. What better way to hide his nature as a cultivator than to have a reputation of being dissolute? That night, a table of dishes from Elegant Wind House was sent to Lu province. Someone had specially ordered it for the young master of the Lu family. Lu Xiaoyi closed the door and enjoyed it alone. Like his mother and Aunt Cai Huan, they basically didn't touch the dishes of restaurants outside, as they thought it was too greasy. There were a total of 8 dishes, but he didn't know where the answer was hidden, nor was there any hint. Every porcelain plate was labeled with the name of the dish. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoyi, who had never been to Elegant Wind House, probably wouldn't have been able to recognize half of it. Spring and autumn duck, jade tripe, smelling fish, bamboo tube meat, 8-color platter, blossoming fragrance fried, old tofu, teacher's biscuit, 4 meat and 4 vegetables. It was a very affordable meal, and it didn't seem luxurious. The Elegant Wind restaurant was a very special restaurant. To be honest, it was considered a mid-tier restaurant in Pu City. Its specialty was that every dish was named after a phrase from a historical book or an allusion. Therefore, this place was the favorite of scholars. It was more elegant. Even though it was named after a literary phrase, duck buttocks were still duck buttocks. The dishes were all served in porcelain, and it was impossible for this kind of information to leave evidence on porcelain. Therefore, it could only be in the 8 dishes. Can't you be a little more straightforward when playing this game with me? If he ate all 8 dishes, he would definitely gain something. However, this would not show Lu Xiaoyi's intelligence. After going through the names of the 8 dishes in his mind, he had a rough idea. He picked up the plate of Wendao fish, put his finger into the fish's mouth, and with a pinch, took out a tightly sealed oiled paper package. He thought to himself, Wendao, literary thief. Was Li San scolding me? He opened the oiled paper package. There was still a layer of oiled paper inside. It seemed that Li San was not stupid. He knew that if this thing was placed in the fish's stomach for a long time, it would be easily soaked. He opened it again, and there was still a layer of oiled paper inside. Lu Xiaoyi was a little angry. Was Li San deliberately making fun of him? He opened the last layer of oiled paper. It was empty. It was gone. Realizing that he had been made fun of, Lu Xiaoyi became interested. This was obviously Li San testing his intelligence. Did he not think about what would happen if he really could not guess? However, for him, it would be a little embarrassing if he really asked about it tomorrow. After carefully examining the surface of the table, he soon discovered that every plate was of a different standard. The characteristics of each plate were that they were all different. They were all grotesquely shaped and had flaws. Some of them were missing, and some of them were protruding. They were not caused by the fall, but were deliberately sintered. It was impossible for the elegant Wind restaurant to arrange such plates. It must be of a uniform standard to be convenient to carry around. Therefore, it went without saying that the dishes were most likely from the elegant Wind restaurant, but someone had changed the plates. Who was the one who did this? Other than that boring Li San, it seemed that no one would do such a meaningless thing. Lu Xiaoyi had a guess and began to assemble the plates. As expected, for every 2 plates, there would always be a perfect fit. For example, the spring-autumn duck and the 8-color platter would fit together perfectly, forming a large oval-shaped plate. So on and so forth. The bamboo meat would fit together perfectly, forming a large oval-shaped plate. So on and so forth. The bamboo meat would fit together with the fragrant fried flour, the jade tripe would fit together with the old tofu, the smelling fish would fit together with the teacher's biscuit. The summer examination of the Yi Kingdom had 4 questions. 2 questions about sutra, 1 about the meaning of sutra, and 1 about policy. The final result would be the basis of whether or not the scholar could pass the examination. When the spring-autumn duck and the 8-color platter were put together, it actually meant that the 7th chapter of the sutra, spring-autumn, was not the 8th chapter. Because one of the colors of the 8-color platter was eaten by Li San. Without a doubt, this was one of the sutra questions in this examination. It was like the fill-in-the-blank in his previous life, covering the 2 sentences before and after, leaving only the middle for the examinee to answer. Similarly, when the jadeite belly and the old family tofu were put together, it meant that the jadeite chapter of the sutra, Old Family Zhuangzhu, was another sutra question. When the bamboo tube meat and the blossoming flower fragrance were put together, it was the meaning of the sutra essay, Bamboo Tube Blossoms. This was a very famous allusion of the Confucian school. When the Tao-smelling fish and the teacher's biscuit were put together, the meaning was clear. The one who heard the Tao first was the teacher. This was a question about policy. It couldn't be wrong, it had to be like this. Lu Xiaoyi solved the riddle, but he didn't feel excited. Instead, he deeply felt the awe-inspiring intelligence of the people in this world. A business family was able to make such a fraudulent act that could lead to the destruction of the family so seamlessly. Even if people knew that the Li family was leaking the questions, they couldn't find any concrete evidence. The dishes were all from the elegant Wind restaurant, they were naturally there. What could they do about what he ordered? If ordinary people were like this, then what about cultivators? It was a little chilling. Lu Xiaoyi regretted his action in the afternoon. It wasn't whether he should have done it or not, but he should have been more prepared. At the very least, he should have worn more robes and changed more often. Because he was afraid of the heat, he only wore 3 robes. There were many others. In the center of Pu City, there was a tall and lofty official housing area. At the back of a secluded place, a middle-aged man in casual clothes was resting with his eyes closed. He looked calm, but his fingers kept tapping on the armrest of the armchair, revealing the anxiety in his heart. Something had happened today, and it made him very uneasy. He needed an answer to whether he should continue or stop. Although his voice was almost the only voice in this city, there were still some mysterious existences in this world. You could belittle them in the name of righteousness, but the real high-ranking people knew very well what those mysterious existences represented. It was not easy to provoke them. Not only him, but also many big shots in the kingdom of the Shining Knight who were above him. Now, he had no choice but to rely on the help of that mysterious power. Otherwise, with the abilities of the group of good-for-nothings under him, he didn't know how much time it would take to figure out this matter. The most important thing was that there were some secrets that couldn't be known by the big mouths of the arrestor office. Rather than that, it was better not to investigate. Only those with mysterious powers had the ability to find out the truth in a very short time. The most reassuring thing was that they weren't interested in the intrigues of the mortal world. They just did things without asking for the reason. This was the real reason why he asked for their help. Chapter 62. In the center of Pu City, there was a tall and majestic official housing area. In a secluded place at the back, a middle-aged man in casual clothes was resting with his eyes closed. He looked calm, but his fingers kept tapping on the armrest of the armrest, revealing the anxiety in his heart. Something had happened today that made him very uneasy. He needed an answer to whether he should continue or stop. Although his voice was almost the only voice in this city, there were still some mysterious existences in this world. One could belittle them in the name of righteousness, but the real high-ranking people knew very well what those mysterious existences represented. They were not to be trifled with. Not only him, but also many important people in the Sunshine Kingdom who were above him. Now, he had no choice but to rely on the help of that mysterious power. Otherwise, with the abilities of the group of trash under him, who knew how long it would take for them to find out the truth? Most importantly, there were some secrets that could not be revealed to the big mouths of the arresting officers. Rather than that, it was better not to investigate. Only those with mysterious abilities had the ability to obtain the truth in a very short period of time. The most reassuring thing was that they were not interested in the infighting of the mortal world. They only cared about doing things and did not ask for reasons. This was the real reason why he had sought their help. His eagerness did not receive the fastest response. Nearly 12 hours had passed since the incident, and it was already late at night. Even the brothel had stopped, but he was still waiting. Until now, it was his habit to eliminate uncertainties. Without an answer, he could not sleep. This was because he knew that for those with mysterious powers, the night was not an obstacle. His waiting did not disappoint him. When he was about to pour himself the 7th cup of strong tea, there seemed to be a gust of wind outside the door, bringing with it the sound of falling leaves. The light in front of him flickered, and a person covered in a black robe stood in front of him. He did not put on airs and stood up as well. People from different worlds could not be compared by status and wealth. He felt that he was superior, but the other person felt that he was not worth mentioning. Yongsha, how is it? Did you investigate clearly? Yes, I did. I did not investigate clearly. This matter is very strange. I advise you not to investigate further. Yongsha's reply was not very respectful, as if he was not aware of the other party's status in Pu City. Of course, he knew, but he did not care. The middle-aged man was infuriated. If any of his subordinates dared to speak to him like this, he would have to go to the streets to catch thieves the next day. However, the person in front of him was not within his control. What do you mean? Yongsha was very calm and did not care about the dissatisfaction in his tone. I found it. It means that this person is a cultivator. The reason I couldn't find anything was because I couldn't determine who this cultivator was. Did he cultivate in Pu City? Or are you just passing by? The middle-aged man tried his best to suppress his anger. Don't you know how many cultivators there are in Pu City? Can't I ask them all once? It's not like it's too troublesome. Yongsha said with disdain, Sir, our world is different from yours. You rely on the power of the system, the so-called status, while we rely on the pure strength of individuals. You have a hierarchy, but in the cultivation circle at the level of Pu City, everyone is equal. I don't have the authority to ask about their actions, and they will not easily tell me their movements. This is the rule of cultivators. It's not worth it for a trivial matter in the mortal world. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. All right, even if we don't ask your cultivation companions, can't we come to a conclusion from the scene of the murder? Yongsha also softened his tone. After all, he was an official, so it was not good to be too blunt. He explained, this person is extremely careful. The killing method he uses is also a mortal method. It's very strange as he kills without spilling blood. In my circle, I have never heard of anyone with such a habit. From the way he came, It was impossible to trace him because he changed carriages at least once. From the way he returned, it was also impossible to identify him because not only did he change carriages, he also changed his clothes, voice, and appearance. If it wasn't because he was rewarding a piece of silver that the waiter casually broke, I wouldn't even know that he was a cultivator. I can only say that this person definitely came with a purpose. His mission was clear and his target was clear. He did not hesitate in his actions. Therefore, I believe that if you want to find the murderer, the secret in your heart can actually help you. From a technical point of view, I can't do it. No one in the entire PU City's cultivation circle can do it. That person is really too careful. Yongsha's words were hinting that this was the dirty internal strife of the officialdom. Everyone knew the secrets in their hearts, so why did they have to put cultivators in a difficult position? No one was stupid. If it was a simple murder, as a cultivator, it was only right to help apprehend the murderer and it would be a merit. However, since there were cultivators involved, it was a different matter. The battle between cultivators was extremely dangerous. Failure meant that decades of cultivation would be lost in a day. Therefore, there had to be sufficient reasons. How could it be possible to expect cultivators to work hard for the ugliness of the mortal officialdom? Yongsha had been investigating since the afternoon. At first, he put in a lot of effort. He was cultivating in PU City and had the obligation to clean up this city's malignant tumor. Therefore, he cooperated with the constables and had a preliminary impression of the murderer's general movements. However, all the traces mysteriously disappeared after leaving Tongfu. He could not help but admire the meticulousness of the murderer. It was not until he had an idea and took the silver piece that the murderer had rewarded him that he immediately felt an extremely subtle fluctuation of spiritual power on it. In another 2 hours, it would probably disappear completely. Only then did he realize that the murderer was actually a cultivator of the same profession. He immediately gave up the investigation because it did not conform to the principles of cultivation. Mortal officials valued motive, but cultivators needed to look deeper. What was the murderer's cultivation level? Was there any power behind him? Did this killing have anything to do with cultivation? If he foolishly interfered without figuring out these things, he would not even know how he lost his life. He had returned long ago, but he could not resist the urging of the officials. Otherwise, he would not have bothered to make this trip tonight. He had said everything that needed to be said. If it was not for the fact that he had been taken care of by the officials in PU City all these years, he would not have bothered to say such nonsense. Why do you care so much about this murder case? If you don't tell me, I won't ask. But you know very well why the victim died. You also know which party did it. You asked me to come here because you want to borrow the power of cultivation to solve your troubles. If the opponent was just an ordinary mortal, I would accept this muddled account, but if it's a cultivator, I won't accept it. In PU City, no cultivator would risk their life and safety with another cultivator's for such a trivial matter in the mortal world. It's not worth it. Yongsha turned around and left. At the door, he turned back. For us cultivators, the thing that affects our cultivation path the most is making a choice. It's the same for you. Is the death of a chess piece worth such a big fuss from you? Also, pay attention to your own safety. If he can kill a butler, he can definitely kill you. In our eyes, you and that butler are actually of no different value. Yongsha disappeared without a trace, leaving the middle-aged man standing there. His face alternated between red and white. This thing's words were too hurtful. Did it really think that the kingdom did not have the power to keep them in check? It was just that he could not mobilize it. However, there was one thing that this thing was right about. When it came to the inside story, no one knew it better than him. He had originally thought that after nearly 20 years of settling down, Lu Province's glory had faded, and its connections had faded with time. It was like a paper tiger, strong in appearance but weak in reality. It was precisely because of this that he, who had always been cautious, was prepared to make an example out of this once famous Sima manor. It was not that he was looking for trouble, but that there were big shots in the imperial court who were still brooding over the humiliation they had suffered from Sima Lu in the imperial court 20 years ago. Now that Sima Lu was no longer around, it was only natural for the son to repay the father's debt. As for him, he still wanted to go further. At the very least, he wanted to move to a prosperous place, and not spend his last years in this ordinary and unremarkable place. He did not have a strong backer in the imperial court, so he could only rely on himself to earn everything. If he did not show his allegiance, how could others pave the way for his advancement? Chapter 63. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. This world was like a big net, and no one could navigate it with ease. Even if he was the head of a government, it would be difficult for him to move forward when something really happened. He could only temporarily put aside the matter of Lu province. No matter how unwilling he was, it was because tomorrow was the day that the governor would observe the arrival of official Zhao. In terms of rank, there was no difference between him and official Zhao. He was a local official, and official Zhao was a state governor. They were not subordinate to each other. However, after Xia Lianji passed the exam, the governor was the main official, and even he had to retreat. The matters of the officialdom were very troublesome and involved too many things. How could it be so easy to distinguish clearly? In Lu province, Aunt Caihuan had been nervous for the past 2 days. She was afraid that soldiers would break through the door, so she secretly made arrangements. She ordered 7 or 8 old soldiers to be ready at all times. Horses were on the saddle, swords and spears were at their sides. If something happened, they would immediately protect the mistress and the young master. At the same time, she used all her connections in Pu City's officialdom to grasp the movements of the officials at all times. She worked very hard because the mistress wanted to hide it, and her little husband did not care. However, who asked her to cause the trouble? She could only secretly hope that this crisis in Lu province could be safely passed and that everyone would live in peace. Lu Xiaoyi was busy in his study. He was not worried about Tongfu's case at all. Now, what was in front of him was to properly organize the questions sent by Li San. The 2 questions, the 7th chapter of the Spring and Autumn volume and the Jadeite chapter of the Old Zhuangzhu, he had read them before. However, being familiar with them did not mean that he could recite them backwards. Back then, because the original body hated exams, the direction of reading was more towards hobbies and not just for exams. Now, he needed to memorize the entire 2 chapters. Fortunately, after he had been transformed by the spiritual vigor, not only had his physical fitness improved, but his memory and mental strength had also improved. This made the originally difficult task of memorizing the 2 chapters much easier. He hoped that Li San's questions were reliable, and that the higher-ups would not change the questions because of Tongfu's leak. In his opinion, the possibility of change was not big because the officialdom had its own way of doing things. Since the silk scroll with the real questions had been swallowed by Lu Buping, then there was no evidence. If they could not frame Lu province, then no one would be willing to reveal the truth and cause trouble for themselves. Keeping the lid shut was a secret to deal with this kind of situation. In these 2 days, the real trouble was that he had to write 2 articles, the bamboo tube blossoming bamboo tube, and the political inquiry article hearing the Tao. It was impossible for him to write it himself. It was impossible for him to write it himself. It was impossible for him to do it in his entire life. Thus, he flipped through all the articles that the original body had written and chose a topic that was similar to the original body's. Actually, this kind of examination was similar to the imperial examinations in the ancient times of his previous world. It didn't make much of a difference whether it was 2 days more or 2 days less. There was no spirituality, no suitable entry point, and no ideological development. Even if you were given a year's time, a mediocre person wouldn't be able to write an unparalleled article. At the very least, Lu Xiaoyi's talent in this area was very limited. The original him was very ordinary, and the current him was even more ordinary. The only advantage was that he could write notes and flip through all kinds of literature. Unfortunately, the time was too tight. He couldn't find a gunman, and it was very difficult to find a reliable gunman. Piecing things together was his countermeasure. After 2 days, he finally came up with 2 articles that could be considered passable. This was already the limit of this body. In his opinion, if he combined the 4 questions, he could get full marks in the 2 questions about the scriptures, and the 2 articles would probably get above average. Considering that this was the summer imperial examination, there were many people who were admitted, and the standard requirements were not strict. Then, in fact, passing was not difficult. 2 days later, under the care of Ping En and a group of attendants, Lu Xiaoyi embarked on the journey of the imperial examinations before dawn. In a quasi-cultivation world, he was still doing this. He really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the end of the 7 o'clock, all the examinees were in position. The examination questions were distributed. Lu Xiaoyi opened them and looked. He was half worried and half happy. Of the 4 answers sent by Li San, 3 were correct and 1 was wrong. The 2 questions about the sutra were correct, and the question about the blossoming bamboo tube was also correct. The wrong question was the policy question, not the question about the order of hearing the Tao, but, the army of the Yamen, the important weapon of the country, should be the private weapon of the gentry? It was obvious that it was not Li San's mistake, but that someone changed the question. It was targeted at the incident of the Pu city sending troops to rescue the 7 heroes. The cause and effect were also very clear. The group of poor scholar friends of Wushuang submitted a joint petition. After Minister Zhao saw it, he came to Pu city and made a fuss about it. There was no obvious bias, but there was definitely some dissatisfaction. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. It was not easy to be a rice worm. There was a special study room for the examination. The rows of rooms could accommodate hundreds of examinees. Among the local academies in the entire Yi Kingdom, the Pu City Academy was far from being large. The population was limited, and so was the economic strength. This was the result. But no matter how simple and crude the study room was, the place where the invigilator sat on the high platform in the center was very comfortable. 3 armchairs were placed side by side. On the left sat Lord Qin, on the right sat Lord Hu, and in the middle sat Lord Zhao, the Minister of Political Affairs. During the examination, this was the examination room. After the examination, this was the place where the examination papers were graded. In short, before the results were out, these invigilators were not allowed to leave the academy to ensure fairness. This was the rule of the Yi Kingdom. The examination had ended a few days ago. More than 20 teachers were nervously reviewing hundreds of examination papers. The workload was actually not small. The examinees often complained about the difficult conditions in the study room. In fact, for these officials and teachers, it was not much better. They had to persist for a longer time here. At their age, they could not hold on for more than 10 days without some physical strength. An old man came over with a silk roll in his hands. He looked tired. My 3 lords, the list of the top 50 scholars is here. My lords, please check it. First, it was Minister Hu, then Minister Qin, and finally Minister Zhao. In fact, for people at their level, no one would cheat for personal gain in this kind of basic imperial examination. How could these big shots pay attention to those incompetent people who could not even pass the Wenzhuan? The higher they went, the more they entered the officialdom. That was where they competed. For example, Wenzhuan, Wenzhuan, Wenzhuan. Now, they were just a group of primary school students who were fooling around. There was no value for them to fight. Under normal circumstances, it was still considered fair when the names were covered, unless there was a senior official who specifically targeted them. This time, the examination questions were changed. The examination questions were originally jointly drafted by Lord Qin and the Minister of Education. The patrolling Minister of Education also inserted a stick. Therefore, there was a change in the last question of the policy theory. This was not new. In the most basic examination, such changes were allowed. Minister Zhao only changed 1 question. Some tough Minister of Education suspected that the local authorities were cheating, and some even changed all 4 questions. Both Minister Hu and Minister Qin had signed on the famous policy. They had also read some of the examination papers. Most of them were within the standard. Of course, it was impossible for them to read all of them. They did not have the time. Only Minister Zhao frowned after reading the famous policy. Where is the examination paper of the son of Lu Sima from the previous dynasty? Chapter 64. Seeing the two lords beside him looking over, Lord Zhao couldn't help but smile. Don't think too much. I have no ties with Lu province. However, before the county arrived, a group of scholars from Pu City handed over a joint letter, saying that several months ago, a strange incident occurred in the Gobi Desert. Among them, the most famous one was this young Master Lu, wasn't it? Thus, I changed my strategy. There was a reason for this. It was not done on a whim. However, after the summer imperial examination, young Master Lu's name was not on the list. It doesn't matter. There are many rich and powerful families who deceive the public to gain fame. It's not a big deal. However, I'm curious. As the person involved, how did he answer the last question? Official Zhao cursed in his heart. This group of incompetent people, why did they write a joint letter? Originally, he had quietly deprived the young master of the Lu family of his right to be a civil servant without anyone noticing. However, new problems had arisen and caused such a thing to happen. He could not refuse. The more he refused, the more suspicious it would be. They were all experienced officials. Who could deceive each other? Therefore, he ordered, go and get young Master Lu's paper. Let official Zhao have a look and let us admire the family style of young Master Lu. Soon, Lu Xiaoyi's paper was found. Minister Zhao took the paper and did not look at the front of the paper. He only flipped to the last chapter of policy questions. After a glance, he smiled and said, this question is interesting. The first sentence on Lu Xiaoyi's exam paper was impressively written as follows: on the relationship between the army and the people. Lu Xiaoyi was no longer in Pu City. The scholars who had finished the examination had the right to indulge themselves. No matter which era or which world it was the same. There were many reasons. Traveling was one of the most common reasons. A few close friends would take a boat or ride a horse to the bustling prefectural city. Some would even go to the prefecture. Taking advantage of the fact that they were happy before the release of the results, most of them would not be happy after the results were released. This was human nature. Lu Xiaoyi made up an excuse, saying that he wanted to go to the prefecture with Li San and the others. In fact, Li San was going to be demoted to the capital of Zhaoyi Kingdom, Zhaoyi City. Going to the prefecture was just on the way. Lu Yarosha was very open-minded in this area. She was the wife of Sima and the only daughter of the general. She knew that a young eagle trapped in a nest would never grow up. With the company of the Li family, what could happen? In the past, Aunt Caihuan was the one who doted on Lu Xiaoyi. She had always been strict with Lu Xiaoyi's travel, but this time, for the first time, she did not set up any obstacles for his travel. On one hand, she felt that this child had indeed grown up. He even dared to kill people, let alone travel. On the other hand, she also felt that before the Tongfu murder case was completely suppressed, it would be best for him to go out and lie low for a while. Therefore, she gave him a historical 1 or 2 months off. Originally, it was arranged that there would be 3 people accompanying him. Ping'an would bring a servant and an old soldier. However, Lu Xiaoyi argued strongly and in the end, only Ping'an was brought along. The main reason was that he would be accompanied by the wealthy Li family. The guards were in groups, so 1 or 2 people would not make a difference. The next normal operation was for Ping'an to follow the Li family's carriage to the prefecture alone, while Lu Xiaoyi acted on his own. Poor Ping'an was half threatened and half forced. He had already boarded Lu Xiaoyi's pirate ship. Now, he did not even have the chance to come down. Lu Xiaoyi had been in the Gobi Desert for more than 5 days. This was far beyond the limits of an ordinary person, but he was still moving forward. In the Gobi Desert, there were only 2 things that were most dangerous. One was water, and the other was direction. He had brought plenty of water. Most importantly, he did not need a large amount of water like an ordinary person. This was because he could adjust his body's water consumption. He could also control the release of water from his body. This was the basic ability that cultivation had bestowed upon him. As for direction, there were landmarks in the Gobi Desert. With his current memory, it was not difficult for him to remember some landmarks. The Gobi Desert was mentioned in the strange shapes and forms that he had witnessed 3,000 years ago. It was mentioned that the Gobi Desert might be changing in other areas, but the direction of spiritual vigor flow would not change. This was because there was an ancient spiritual vein buried deep in the Gobi Desert. This was also the reason why the white sandworms were born. As long as the direction of spiritual vigor flow did not change, he would be able to find his way back. This had been proven in the past 5 days. The Gobi Desert was different from a desert. The Gobi Desert was made up of coarse sand, gravel, and loess. There was also a small amount of vegetation. After a sandstorm, the landscape would not change much. In this aspect, it was completely different from a real desert that was full of quicksand. He had brought 2 desert camels. These were the best tools for traveling in the Gobi Desert. He had exchanged them for horses at the edge of the Gobi Desert with the sand people. He had agreed to pay more, and he would exchange them back when he returned. Desert camels were not slower than horses in the Gobi Desert, but the weight they carried was much stronger. Moreover, they could go days without water. This was the true value of desert camels. It would take half a month to enter the core area of the Gobi Desert. It was almost 1,000 miles long, and its size was about the same as the Taklamakan Desert in his previous life. To the current Lu Xiaoyi, it was already very big. If it was in his previous life, he would not have been able to complete the feat of traveling alone. It was not that he had changed his personality and came here to seek death, but that he had no choice but to come. Otherwise, if he only relied on Maoyo's practice and those white sandworms, his progress in cultivation would be like a turtle's pace. He did not know if he could reach the stage of sensing in this lifetime and live for another few hundred years. Therefore, he had to give it a try. This was not a whim, but a piece of information he had gotten from chatting with the sand people at the edge of the Gobi Desert when he had captured the white sandworms more than 10 times. Some of the bolder sand people had entered the depths of the Gobi Desert for various reasons. Therefore, there were many things that the outside world did not know. Lu Xiaoyi gave some small favors and also learned some tricks to survive in the Gobi Desert from the sand people. Entering the Gobi Desert alone was such a big matter. As timid as he was, of course, he had to be well prepared. This was the basic way of doing things. In order to live for a few more years, he had to give it his all. He did not run all the time. The night was cold and the temperature was below 0. Running was not allowed. Even if a human could endure it, a desert camel could not. Moreover, with his current physical condition, he was much stronger than ordinary people. However, it was not to the point where he was impervious to fire and water. He still needed to rest, sleep, and avoid the cold. The scorching heat of the day and afternoon was the opposite extreme of the night. Ordinary people would not be able to endure such an environment. However, after enduring for several days, Lu Xiaoyi found that such hardships were very beneficial to the improvement of one's strength. Improvement was always matched with pressure. For example, Monkey King had to train for a few days in the Larujun furnace in order to be reborn in the future. He still felt the spiritual vigor of heaven and earth every day at Maroyu and cultivated by consuming qi. He still dug a pit every day to catch some white sandworms to replenish his spiritual vigor. However, he no longer caught them in a porcelain bottle. Instead, he sat at the bottom of the pit and absorbed them directly. As long as he controlled the amount of dolphin thread incense, with his current tolerance, he could withstand the spiritual hibernation of 60 to 70 white sandworms. Chapter 65. Fortunately, with the excuse of traveling, he received a considerable amount of money. Aunt Caihong also secretly gave him a lot of money. In her words, this money was saved by not buying exam questions. Growing up, he had always used his family's allowance. He felt a little ashamed, but he really did not find a way to get rich. Whether it was in his previous life or in this life, he lacked talent in making money. However, shouldn't family members support each other like this? Everyone had something they were good at. Why should he be so calculative about whether he could make money? Protecting Lu province was his responsibility. This was the thinking of lazy people. He felt that there was nothing to be embarrassed about. It was right and proper for a son to eat his mother. He had to take some time to cultivate during the day and sleep at night. It was impossible to take shortcuts during the journey. In this way, he could not walk much in a day. 30% travel, 30% scenery, and 30% cultivation. This kind of method was very intoxicating to him. He was a little suspicious. After this wild behavior, would he still be obediently cooped up in the Lu residence and not leave in the future? The dusk in the Gobi Desert was exceptionally beautiful if one ignored the potential danger. On the sandy beach, 2 camels and a man were running and chasing each other. Yes, ever since he entered the Gobi Desert, Lu Xiaoyi had not ridden a desert camel. Instead, he used the tornado escape armor to compete with the desert camel in speed and endurance. This was a natural place to train his feet. It would be a waste of opportunity if he sat on a camel's hump and dozed off like a normal person. In Lu Province and Pu City, there was no such opportunity to run to his heart's content. It was only in this kind of running that he could completely familiarize himself with switching between the 3 gears. Only then could he truly understand the most economical and efficient way to run with his spiritual power. These were all experiences that could not be gained by being cooped up in the study room. They were extremely important experiences. It was the 10th day since they had entered the Gobi Desert. According to their travel schedule, they would slowly approach the core of the Gobi Desert from here onwards. Along the way, Lu Xiaoyi did not come into contact with anyone, nor did he see anyone. It was not that there were no transmigrators in the Gobi Desert, but the merchant caravans that traversed the Gobi Desert were guided by experienced guides. They took the safest route, which was the closest to the water source. This was completely different from Lu Xiaoyi's tangential line. Before the sky turned completely dark, Lu Xiaoyi skillfully found a leeward spot and sat on the back of a sandy hill. He laid down a stake, tied the desert camels, and poured precious clean water for them. He had filled the water 3 days ago when he came across a small oasis. Then, he had to build his own small tent. The key was to nail the stakes firmly. Otherwise, when the wind blew in the middle of the night, the tent would fly away without a trace before he could react. He had already lost 1 set, and this was the last set. If it was blown away again, he could only squeeze with the smelly desert camels to sleep at night. The tent was very short. Because it was too high, he could not stand upright. He could barely sit with his legs crossed. Barbecuing in the Gobi Desert was a beautiful dream, but he could only think about it and not do it. Here, water, biscuits, and jerky could be boiled over a fire until they softened. If he ordered them in a hurry, he would just stuff the 3 things into his mouth and stomach and let them stir on their own. Reality, let fantasy go far. But perhaps, immortals could do it, right? Lu Xiaoyi sat cross-legged beside a sea buckthorn, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, and began his cultivation today. Other people would prefer to have a clear view from a high place or hide in a pit. Lu Xiaoyi, on the other hand, preferred to rely on things with vitality to cultivate. He would feel uneasy if he was next to people. Only plants could let him feel a trace of vitality during his cultivation. This was a strange hobby. It came from his previous life. When he was lonely, he did not trust people or animals. He only had a special fondness for plants. In the Lu residence, there was the care and concern of the 2 old ladies, so this feeling of loneliness was much weaker. However, once he left, he reverted to his old ways. In the end, he was actually a person who longed to be cared for. But because he could not open his heart, he could not integrate into the lively world. In his free mood, Lu Xiaoyi completed his cultivation this time. He replenished the spiritual energy he lost during the day when he used hidden armor to run. But the increase was very limited. Maybe it was because he was in nature, so it was better than in the city. But it was not much better. He hoped for such a change, but it was still far away. Cultivation was a miraculous process. It wasn't as simple as accumulation, where one could just sit there and meditate day after day. A better way was to consume, replenish, consume again, and replenish again. The process of strengthening one's dantian would be much faster than just sitting there all the time. But the consumption of spiritual energy in the dantian also meant danger. This needed to be balanced and adapted to local conditions. When he finished his cultivation, the sky was completely dark. Lu Xiaoyi was too lazy to start a fire. He stuffed the hard jerky and the equally hard biscuits into his mouth and chewed slowly with water. Fortunately, his cultivation gave him a good set of teeth, so he was able to cope. After the meal, he used the reckless ox body to replace digestion. Lu Xiaoyi practiced this because he did not have many choices. Since everyone said that there was not much meaning in practicing spells during the Qi Eater stage, he followed the advice. The experience of the seniors always had its reasons. The reckless ox body was a purely blood and Qi training method. It did not require any external help. Lu Xiaoyi was very satisfied with this point. At least it proved that this method was not an evil one. At this stage, there were too few ways to fight. Moreover, he had not been in contact with cultivation for a long time. If he really practiced spells, he would not have any advantage over others. It would be better to take an unorthodox path and train his body. This should not be a big problem, right? The specialty of this body training method was that it consumed a lot of spiritual energy in the body. In fact, it used spiritual energy to strengthen the blood and Qi in the body. From another point of view, it could be used to consume the spiritual energy in the body. It would be beneficial for him to catch insects and complete his last cultivation for the day. The temperature dropped quickly, but he had just finished practicing the reckless ox body. His whole body was full of blood and Qi, so he could still withstand it. He quickly dug a hole in the sand. This was something he had been doing for a few months. He was very familiar with it. He did not use a porcelain bottle. He directly poured a few drops of dolphin thread incense into the bottom of the hole. Then he sat beside the hole and waited. As he got closer to the core area of the desert, the amount of dolphin thread incense he poured into the hole decreased because, one after another, white sandworms appeared from the bottom of the hole. They greedily crawled toward the dolphin thread incense. It was as if the fragrance that humans could not smell had a fatal attraction to them. Since he did not pour a lot of dolphin thread incense, the number of white sandworms did not increase when there were more than 30 of them. Just when Lu Xiaoyi thought that this was the end of the day and was about to go down to look for insects, he saw a little thing from the corner of his eye that was different from the other white sandworms. It was still in the shape of a white sandworm, but its abdomen was different from the other white sandworms. There was a faint red line on its abdomen. The thing had crawled out a long time ago, but from the surface, it looked no different from the other white sandworms. Perhaps the smell of the pufferfish was too good, so it rolled around and allowed Lu Xiaoyi to notice the different bloodline. Chapter 66. This was the real reason why Lu Xiaoyi had ventured into the depths of the Gobi Desert. He had been worried that if the white sandworms could not satisfy his need for spiritual energy, how could he continue his cultivation? In a low-level cultivation world, where there were few sects and many rogue cultivators, they were mutually exclusive. How could a young man like him fulfill his wish? Ask for help. Ask the other old rogue cultivators in Pu City. These people could not even take care of themselves, so how could they help him? It would be even more troublesome if he attracted other troubles, such as people suspecting how he started his cultivation. He had to be careful because he was not alone in this world. There were 2 elders who cared about him. Moreover, he could not bring himself to do that. He would rather starve to death than ask for help. However, during the few months he went to the Gobi Desert to catch the white sandworms and chatted with the people of the Sand Nation, he learned that there were powerful worms in the depths of the Gobi Desert. They had red lines on their abdomens and could kill people instantly. After being verified by many people, Lu Xiaoyi had an idea. It was obvious that the worms with red lines were an evolved version of the normal white sandworms. The reason why they could kill people instantly was not because they were poisonous, but because they had an excessive amount of spiritual energy flowing into the human body. The ultimate goal of this effect was to help humans transform their bodily functions. The prerequisite was that one had to survive the initial onset of the effects. Considering that even with the help of the parallel Qigong art, he was still able to swell up like a ball the first time he was stung, it was easy to imagine the situation of ordinary people. This was not poison, but it was better than poison. Who could say for sure what the reason was? This gave Lu Xiaoyi a glimmer of hope for his cultivation. If the white sandworms with red lines on their abdomens had much higher spiritual energy than the normal white sandworms, he could continue his cultivation by catching more of them. The problem was, how many people knew about this secret? Was he the only one? Or did everyone know about it? He was leaning towards the latter. There was no reason to prove that the cultivators in this world were stupid enough to live with the white sandworms for thousands of years and still not know about their function. His only chance was that the cultivators might not have discovered the fatal attraction of the dolphin thread incense to the white sandworms. Therefore, it was very difficult to capture. It would not be too long before the Gobi Desert would no longer be as desolate as it was now when the dolphin thread incense was popularized in every country. Based on the human race's tendency to focus on short-term benefits, the white sandworm would go extinct in the Gobi Desert sooner or later. As a scout, the only thing he could do was to feed himself and not think about the fate of the white sandworms like a conservationist. That was not something he should be thinking about. Lu Xiaoyi carefully observed the red thread white sandworm's movement pattern. He soon realized that this thing did not have any intelligence, just like the other white sandworms. However, its instincts were much more aggressive. No one knew what method it used. Be it its scent, sound wave, or touch, but all the other white sandworms were chased away after a short meal. In the end, only this one was left. This was an opportunity. Lu Xiaoyi no longer hesitated. He reached out his hand to the red thread worm. As expected, the red thread worm shot out a spirit stinger from its tail and pierced into his arm. In an instant, the feeling he had when he first encountered the white sandworm a few months ago spread throughout his body. It was the same feeling of powerlessness, swelling, and numbness. It was as if thousands of little worms were crawling in his meridians. He sat on the ground and cultivated, absorbing and guiding the spiritual vigor that spread throughout his body for his own use. After an hour, Lu Xiaoyi, who was feeling refreshed, sighed in satisfaction. In terms of the total amount of spiritual vigor, the red threadworm's spiritual vigor was dozens of times that of the normal white sandworms. Such a huge difference suited him very well. This meant that his trip to the Gobi Desert would provide him with a lot of cultivation resources for a long time. Otherwise, he could only move his home to the Gobi Desert like the normal white sandworms. The next day, he finished cultivating at 5 in the morning and continued his journey into the depths of the Gobi Desert. In this place, the chances of red threadworms appearing were still very low. There was no way he could catch a large number of them. In the next 3 days, the chances of red thread white sandworms appearing continued to increase. A small drop of dolphin thread incense could attract single-digit numbers of red thread white sandworms. Lu Xiaoyi absorbed them to his heart's content, but he did not catch any of them. He knew very well that before he was completely sure whether this place was safe or not, he should not be too conspicuous. His strength was limited, his combat ability was limited, and his knowledge of the cultivation world was limited. It would be very irrational for him to reveal his trump card so easily. The storage ability of the cultivation world had countless small space objects. Whether it was storage bags, storage rings, or beast bags, or beast rings, he did not have any of them. There was no place to buy them, and he did not have the money to buy them. All of his belongings were on the 2 sand camels. There was a huge pile of bottles and jars, which piled up into a small mountain. In this situation, he could not hide any secrets from others. Even if he ran away, he would have to throw all of these things to others. Therefore, he could not be in a hurry to make his move. On the evening of the 3rd day, he cultivated at 5 in the evening as usual. Then, he strengthened his body with the reckless bull body. When all of his qi and blood were active, he found a suitable spot and began to dig. Usually, he would only need to dig 3 feet before he could drop the dolphin thread incense. However, today was different. He dug 3 feet and did not stop. He continued to dig 3 feet and continued to dig 3 feet while muttering to himself. Damn it, where did they all go? Didn't they say that little worms are more active at night than during the day? As he muttered to himself, his shovel did not stop. After digging 7 to 8 feet, the sand at the mouth of the pit began to collapse. No matter how much he dug, it would collapse. When he could not continue, a sigh came from the side of the pit. You won't find any white sandworms if you keep digging like this. However, if you're digging a grave for yourself, I won't stop you. That's good too. You don't even need a coffin. Lu Xiaoyi looked up in surprise. There were two middle-aged Taoists standing beside the pit. One was tall and the other was short. Their faces were ordinary, but their eyes were like torches. There was something unusual about them. Therefore, he stammered, I'm just looking for water. The other short Taoist laughed and scolded, You're looking for water. There are countless water sacks on your 2 sand camels. It's enough for you to take a bath. You don't trust me, so you're taking precautions? With great effort, he pulled his feet out of the sand and climbed up the wall of the pit. The pit was about the height of a person, but it was not short. The sand and stones at the side of the pit were not strong enough, so it was difficult for him to climb up. The taller Taoist had to lend a hand to pull him up. The taller Taoist mocked, I see that there are more than 10 porcelain bottles on your sand camel. Congratulations, little brother. Is this the beginning of a good harvest? Lu Xiaoyi was exposed, but he was not embarrassed. He laughed and said, I haven't opened my business yet. However, it will be soon. When we reach the depths of the Gobi Desert, these bottles might not be enough. Chapter 67. The two Taoists looked at each other and understood what was going on. In their experience, they had seen too many cultivators like this. When they first started cultivating, they felt that they were different from ordinary people and became complacent. Then, they heard that there were white sandworms in the Gobi Desert that could help with cultivation. Then, they brought bottles and jars and barged in, hoping to make a fortune. However, the reality was harsh. They had already walked so far, but the bottles were still empty. One could imagine how embarrassing this little guy's harvest was. It was normal. It was a path that almost every rogue cultivator had to take. How much stronger were old cultivators like them, who had been on the path of cultivation for decades, compared to this young man? It was just the pot calling the kettle black. If they did not sense it, they would not be able to hide from it. Looking at this young man, they could not help but think of their own past. They sighed and lost interest in talking further. What was the point of interacting with ants? They would still be ants in the future. The two of them flew away. Before they left, the shorter Taoist left behind a sentence. There's no future in digging. If you don't have the ability, don't pretend to be a pangolin. On the 2-day journey to the west, there will be cultivators working together to catch white sandworms. If you go and help, you can at least get a share of the loot. It's better than sticking your butt out here and doing nothing. However, if you want to dig up a big treasure here and are afraid of sharing it with others, then you can be a lone ranger. Lu Xiaoyi watched them leave, and the smile on his lips slowly turned cold. The arrival of these two people was very sudden and silent. He had almost exposed his biggest secret. Fortunately, the floating cloud in his mind reminded him. In Lu Xiaoyi's daily life, the floating cloud seemed to have never changed. Its color, shape, and size were all dead. However, as cautious as he was, he still checked it in his mind from time to time. He was afraid that another person with fate would appear. If that happened, he would not let it go. When he was digging, he was bored and took a look at his floating cloud of fate. In the end, he found that the floating cloud showed signs of turning from gray to black. Although it was not obvious, it was still very clear to him, who had been observing it for almost a month. What did this mean? He did not understand. There was no manual for this thing. There must be something fishy going on. After all, this thing might be the only half-dead Goldfinger that he had brought to this world. There must be some kind of danger. Or was it luck? It was preparing to descend. What kind of rare treasures would be dug out from the pit? Historical site of the previous dynasty? Or was it a natural or man-made disaster? To be on the safe side, he dug slowly and didn't use the dolphin thread incense. This had practically saved his life. His perception was pitifully weak. Only when the two Taoists appeared at the edge of the pit did he realize that the change in the floating luck was due to a man-made disaster. Or rather, if he dripped the dolphin thread incense like he usually did and attracted the red thread white sandworm, That would be a disaster. Right now, he didn't do anything. Everything was still unknown. As it turned out, his cautiousness prevented him from arousing the suspicions of the two cultivators. They treated him as a clueless cultivator who was digging a hole and indulging in fantasy, desert camel, baggage, and digging a deep pit. All of these perfectly portrayed the ignorant and greedy face of a new cultivator. There was no need to attack such a newbie. This was the way of thinking of cultivators. In the cultivation world, one couldn't easily judge others by their good or bad natures. If there were no interests involved, one could be a good person through and through. If there were enough interests to tempt others, such as the way to attract the red thread white sandworm, but without the ability to protect the interests, then a good person could become a bad person. In the vast Gobi Desert, no matter what happened, who would know? Returning his attention to the sea of consciousness, the floating luck was slowly returning to its original color. This was good stuff. It was equivalent to adding another layer of insurance to his life. However, there were still many questions. This thing's warning seemed to come a little late. It only reacted when danger was near. Moreover, the information it sent was vague, so he still had to guess. If he encountered a great opportunity in the future, this thing would also change its color and scare him into stopping. Who could he blame for the loss? He had to find out its pattern. Lu Xiaoyi pulled out his dagger for self-defense and aimed it at his neck. He thought to himself, "You're right." He thought to himself, "I'm going to kill myself." Is there any change in the floating luck? The conclusion was, there was no change. This thing had some intelligence. It even knew what was real and what was fake. Since he couldn't find the source for now, he could only give up. As time passed and his cultivation changed, he would eventually find its pattern. Lu Xiaoyi didn't continue to use the red thread white sandworm. He had realized that he wasn't the only cultivator in the core area of the Gobi Desert. From the short Taoist's words, there was probably a group of cultivators who were also looking for the white sandworm. For safety's sake, he decided not to use the red thread white sandworm anymore. This was because he was at his weakest state when he was circulating and eating qi. If these two Taoists could approach him quietly, others could certainly do the same. After all, in the cultivation circle, Lu Xiaoyi was still an out-and-out newcomer. He wandered aimlessly in the Gobi Desert for 2 days. He had been thinking about a problem. Should he turn back for safety's sake, or should he take a risk and leave after collecting the red thread white sandworm? Take a risk? That was too presumptuous. In the past 2 days, he had seen 3 more cultivators from afar. With such a high frequency of appearances, there was no guarantee that no one would appear while he was collecting the red thread white sandworms. Moreover, he wasn't sure if he could collect enough red thread white sandworms to support his cultivation for a long time. If he could only catch a dozen or dozens of them, it would be completely meaningless. Should he just go back? He didn't want to. In the end, he chose a method that seemed risky but was actually the most natural one. To the west, he would join the group of rogue cultivators. For a newcomer to cultivation, what was the most natural and least suspicious thing to do? That was to take the initiative to join the group in the hope of getting some leftovers when looking for the red thread white sandworm on his own. Now, Lu Xiaoyi had put catching the red thread white sandworm as secondary. If he could use this opportunity to get to know some cultivators, it would be equally important to him. A person's cultivation was too difficult. There were too many detours, and he couldn't turn them all. He realized that his shortcomings were not only in cultivation, but also in many other aspects. For example, he didn't have any handy tools, storage bags, storage rings, and other suitable items for traveling. How could he carry 2 huge creatures around with him every day? For example, his perception ability. He couldn't rely on the floating luck in his sea of consciousness for everything. That might not be reliable and was just a pleasant surprise. He needed to have a strong perception so that he could discover others before they could discover him. Humans had 6 senses: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. He didn't have any of them. Consciousness, or divine sense, was something that could only be obtained at the sensing stage. He couldn't count on it now, but the other 5 senses could be cultivated. However, he didn't have the knowledge in this area. If he didn't come into contact with the cultivation circle, he would never be able to obtain these skills. Chapter 68. Lu Xiaoyi packed the equipment on the camel carefully to ensure that he had the most basic resources with him when he was on the run. He brought 10 bottles of dolphin thread incense with him this time. Now it seemed that he had brought too much. Fortunately, it did not take up much space. It was a delicate little bottle used by ladies for dressing up, so he had to carry all of it with him. A water sack, a small bag of jerky, and a blanket were the basic necessities for him to get out of the Gobi Desert. A short sword was stuck at his waist. It was not that he liked swords, but he had to carry a weapon for self-defense. If he did not carry a light short sword, should he carry a ghost head knife or a big iron spear? These things would not leave him in the future. In the center of the Gobi Desert, 7 Taoists were busy on a flat sandy ground. Judging by their posture, they were setting up some kind of formation. They were not acquaintances from the same organization, but from different places. They all gathered in the core area of the Gobi Desert for one purpose. Because their cultivation was similar, because their individual strength was not enough to catch red threadworms, and because they wanted to work together, the 7 of them finally came together. Of course, there were also many lone travelers who did not want to work together. There was an advantage to having more people, which was that they could set up a larger formation to catch red threadworms in the area to the greatest extent. Moreover, with more people, they did not have to worry about some malicious people eyeing them. The only problem was how to divide the harvest. This group had been wandering in the Gobi Desert for more than a month, constantly looking for a location, setting up a formation, catching red threadworms, and then changing the location. It was difficult to set up a formation in the Gobi Desert because sometimes a small amount of quicksand would change the structure of the formation. Therefore, they usually had to find a place with harder soil. Using a formation to catch insects was one of the more familiar methods in this world. Through the stimulation of the formation, the white thread worms hiding underground would be forced out. However, this method also had a high chance of escaping. Generally speaking, it was not easy to force 10% of the worms out of the formation, and the rest would find a chance to escape. This was the helplessness of the cultivators in the chi-eating stage. Their ability was only so high, and they could not do more. The most unsolvable move of the white sandworms was to go down, deep into the ground. Only a small number of them would go up when they were dizzy. This was their instinct. For cultivators in the chi-eater stage, the ground was not their territory. Their abilities were limited and they could not reach it. However, even if only 10% of them became dizzy, it was enough to surprise everyone. The red thread white sandworm was the most precious treasure in the Gobi Desert. It would take at least 100 years for an ordinary white sandworm to evolve into this form. Their spiritual energy was pure and perfect. For cultivators of their level, having 1 or 2 red thread white sandworms at a time was enough. In a situation where the spiritual opportunity of heaven and earth was scarce, the red thread white sandworm was a great help to their cultivation. Based on their years of experience in the Gobi Desert, they would come here for 1 or 2 months every year. If they could get 100 red threadworms, it would be a worthwhile trip, and they would be able to solve the problem of not having any food for several months in a year. They could only catch them in the summer. In other seasons, the worms would hide deeper into the ground, and it would be even more difficult to catch them. This was a new suitable location for setting up a formation. The 7 of them had been busy for a day. They could start catching the worms once the formation was completed. Normally, a formation like this could only be activated 3 times. After 3 times, the white sandworms nearby would all hide deep into the ground. Activating the formation again would not yield much results. If they could only catch some ordinary white sandworms, then it would be completely worthless. 2 sand camels appeared in front of the busy group. There was a person leading the sand camel in front. He wore a wide sun hat, had a grey cloth wrapped around his face, and carried a swollen bundle on his back. He looked like a guide from the Sand Nation. No one paid any attention to him. It was not strange for a Sand Nation to appear here in such attire, and no one would have any thoughts about them. They were all Aborigines who were extremely poor. If they were in trouble, The cultivators would even help them. It was a good karma. However, the man in Sand Nation attire walked straight towards them. This was very unusual. Normally, the Sand Nation locals who had some knowledge would avoid them as much as possible. It was not because they would kill people, but because the white sandworms they created would sting people. However, this man walked over and stopped 100 steps away from their formation, looking around. The cultivator in the lead frowned. "Who are you? Why are you staying here and not leaving? The sandworms will wreak havoc later. If you don't know your place, no one will come to save you if you get stung." However, the man lifted the cloth bundle and said respectfully, "Greetings, seniors. I have just entered the path of Tao. I heard that white sandworms appear in the Gobi Desert and that they can help people cultivate, so I came here. A few days ago, I met two seniors by chance. They saw that I was unable to find the worms and my actions were clumsy, so they pointed me in this direction. They said that there are seniors who are hunting for worms here and that I can come and try my luck. I don't mean any harm by asking you this question. If you don't need people here, I will go myself. If you need someone to run errands and do odd jobs, I can help you a little." The cultivator and his companions looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. This attire really fooled them. However, young people who had just entered the Gobi Desert couldn't completely ignore the influence of the environment. Wasn't this attire exactly what they were looking for? There was no divine sense in the chi-eating stage. If the other party didn't show his ability or didn't get close to him, it was indeed difficult to distinguish his identity. "Who taught you? Do you have a background?" The young man scratched his head. "They didn't say where they came from, nor did they leave their names. I was digging a hole to look for worms when they suddenly appeared beside me. They gave me a fright." "Well, there were two people, one tall and one short," the cultivators laughed. Of course, they knew these two people. They were originally a group. A few days ago, there were actually 9 of them in their group. However, because of an emergency, 2 of them left early. One tall and the other short, they liked to appear suddenly and tease the newcomers. Wasn't this the characteristic of those 2 people? They were afraid that they didn't have enough people, so they gathered another one for them. However, what could such a newcomer do? The cultivator in the lead talked with the others for a while and nodded. "Do you know how to set up arrays?" The young man shook his head. "No. I don't have time to learn." "What kind of spells can you learn? Especially fire spells?" "No. There's no place to learn." The cultivator sighed. "You don't know anything, but you dare to go deep into the core area of the Gobi Desert. You really don't know how to write the word death. Then, what do you know? You can't cheer for us on the side, right?" The young man was embarrassed. "I'm strong. I'm diligent. I can run errands and do odd jobs." The cultivator was speechless. Strong? Which cultivator here was weak? Was strength useful to deal with sandworms? However, being diligent might be a little useful. After all, the 7 of them were at the same cultivation level. It was indeed difficult to arrange and distribute some laborious work. Could it be useful to have such a thing? Chapter 69. You can join us and do whatever you can. But let me make things clear first. In our group, we'll reward you based on your contribution. Firstly, you don't know how to set up formations, and secondly, your spiritual energy cultivation isn't enough. You can only do some minor errands. So, don't expect to be on equal footing when it comes to distribution. With this understanding, at the very least, you won't get into trouble. If you feel that the distribution is unfair during the event, just leave. Don't be unreasonable. We've all been waiting here for over a month. Our tempers aren't too good. The young man smiled. "I understand. I'm just a newbie. I don't know anything. I'm only here to learn. If there's a bone, I'll gnaw on it. If there's soup, I'll drink it. If there's nothing, at least I can accumulate experience." The leading cultivator was very satisfied with his attitude. "If that's the case, then get ready. The formation is almost complete. It'll be activated in a while. Once it starts, You won't have time to deal with your personal matters." The young man happily clasped his hands together towards the group. He then took down a large bottle from the camel's back. It was about a foot wide and 2 feet tall. He used a hemp rope to carry it on his back. After tying up 2 camels, he ran over. The leading cultivator was rather speechless. They all had decades of cultivation experience. Regardless of whether they were doing well or not, they would always have a spiritual beast pouch. They never thought that there would be a cultivator using such a primitive thing. "This bottle of yours," the young man said happily, "it's filled with worms. If it's not enough, I have more on my camel." Everyone laughed. If the bottle was really full, wouldn't it be filled with thousands of worms? It was a pity that they had worked hard for over a month, and there were only a few hundred red threadworms in total. It was true that the ignorant were fearless. It was good to live a simple life. At the very least, they would be happy. There was a very secretive detail. These people did not tell each other their names, unless they already knew each other. This was a one-off partnership. They did not know who they would meet next year. Everyone was very careful about this. They did not want others to know their background. This was the most basic form of self-protection. In the end, Lu Xiaoyi was assigned to an inconspicuous node in the formation. All he had to do was channel his spiritual energy into the formation. He did not know how to transform it, nor did he know how to control it. Even when he went in to collect the red thread white sandworms, the others were not at ease. They were either afraid that he would scare the worms away or that he would be stung. The formation was activated, and waves of spiritual vigor surged into the ground within a radius of several hundred square feet. They were like invisible vibrations, and the frequency was the kind that made the white sandworms feel the most uncomfortable. Within this range, the white sandworms in the ground reacted one after another. Half of the normal white sandworms moved deeper into the ground, while the other half chose to move upwards. The red-lined white sandworms were much smarter. 90% of them moved downwards, while only 10% moved upwards. In Lu Xiaoyi's eyes, countless small heads emerged from the sand within the formation, followed by bodies. They twisted and rolled on the sand, enduring the waves of spiritual vigor that made them uncomfortable. A cultivator was moving through the formation with great agility. Since the white sandworms had lost their desire to attack due to the spiritual vigor, the humans could not trigger their stingers when they approached them. The cultivator had a beast soul pouch in his left hand, and with a flick of his right index and middle fingers, he threw the red thread worms into the beast soul pouch. He was very fast, but he did not care about the huge number of normal white sandworms. It didn't even take a moment for Lu Xiaoyi's spiritual power to reach its limit, and the entire spell formation came to a halt. All of the red thread worms in the formation had been picked clean. From what he could tell, there were at least a few dozen. As soon as the spiritual vigor vibrations disappeared, the white sandworms felt as if they had been pardoned and plunged back into the sand. The cultivator in charge nodded at Lu Xiaoyi. "You can pick up as many of these white sandworms as you want. Don't waste that big bottle of yours." Lu Xiaoyi was overjoyed. He leaped into the formation. There were always some normal white sandworms with slow reactions or weak physiques that had not recovered from the vibrations. He imitated the cultivator. He held the big bottle in one hand and picked up the worms with the other. Before all the white sandworms disappeared, he managed to snatch a few dozen of them. He was so happy that he could not stop laughing. The cultivator in charge took the beast soul bag and checked it. He reported, 42 of them. What a coincidence. 6 for each of us. Then, he looked at Lu Xiaoyi. The white sandworms you pick up belong to you. You don't have to share them with the others. How about it? Is it fair? Lu Xiaoyi laughed foolishly. Fair. Fair. I have more than all of you combined. Playing dumb was a protective talisman when one was not strong enough. A red thread white sandworm was worth at least 100 white sandworms. There was no need for anyone to teach him the difference. These old cultivators were bullying him because he did not know the difference. They were just using normal worms to fool him. Lu Xiaoyi was not angry. He was very open-minded. No one owed him anything. Did they expect him to share it equally with another person? He was not their father. If he wanted to join a team, he would have to suffer losses at the beginning. Only when he suffered enough losses would he be able to slowly gain the trust of others. Only then would he be able to slowly get the share that belonged to him. He understood all of this very well. Of course, for a temporary team, after he suffered enough losses, they would probably break up. Next year, he would have to suffer losses all over again. However, he did not care about that. What he cared about was what he learned from these cultivators. For example, the frequency of the vibrations in the white sandworms. With this discovery, he would be able to accurately distinguish between sandworms in the future. He would not have to worry about the needless stings of these things. Moreover, he would not continue to participate in this almost free of charge. Who could tell who was at a disadvantage and who was at an advantage? After one round of deworming, they would have to wait for another 12 hours before they could start the next round. Otherwise, the white sandworms that ran away would not return. Even so, the next round's harvest would not be as good as the first round. After the third round, there was no more profit to be gained in this area. Only then would they move this troublesome formation. Everyone was resting and meditating to recover their spiritual power. Lu Xiaoyi was not idle. He took some water, flatbread, and jerky from the sand camel and gave them to each cultivator. It did not matter whether they accepted it or not. It was a token of his sincerity. The first time, 3 people accepted the water. The rest of the cultivators rejected it. He did not show any displeasure because of their rejection. Instead, he calmly found a place to rest and recuperate. Another 10 days passed. Lu Xiaoyi had a basic understanding of the characteristics of this formation. It was not very complicated. It was just that he could not perform it alone. However, he did not need to use this formation to capture the white sandworms. He only needed to separate them without being stung. It was much better than the method he was using now, which was to open a small crack in the bottle and let the heavens decide how many worms would jump out. It did not matter if there were more ordinary white sandworms jumping out. He could still withstand it. However, if there were more red sandworms jumping out, he would lose his life. Lu Xiaoyi had the intention to leave. However, he still needed to find a good opportunity. He could not leave too abruptly. The cultivators here were all smart. Moreover, he had his own plans. Since they had been active in this area, the scattered cultivators were not willing to provoke them. Most importantly, theoretically, the red sandworms in this area had already been plundered. It was considered a harvest. There was no point in coming here. Only Lu Xiaoyi knew that if he used the dolphin thread incense, there was no telling how many worms would swarm out. Using a formation to deworming was ultimately a very inefficient method. Chapter 70. A sudden change sped up the pace of his departure. The floating luck in his sea of consciousness suddenly changed. This time, it was not a change of color. Instead, it was splitting apart like a real cloud. What did this mean? Lu Xiaoyi could not understand. But it was definitely not a good sign. What good thing was expressed through splitting apart? Could it be that the luck was hinting that this small group would fall apart because of the unequal distribution of benefits? He decided to leave. They had just completed one round of insect repelling, and the distribution of benefits was still fair. They still had 12 hours of rest before the next round. Lu Xiaoyi still maintained his kind attitude, and gave everyone water and food. But now, 5 people had started to accept his kindness, and only 2 still refused. He was very clear that those who accepted his kindness might not have truly accepted him, and those who rejected his kindness might not have malicious intentions. Perhaps they were just aloof and did not want to accept benefits from others. The 7 of them were very far apart from each other. This was also a cultivator's habit of self-protection. When Lu Xiaoyi sent the 3rd cultivator, the old cultivator suddenly spoke. Lu Xiaoyi knew him. He was the one who had accepted his water from the beginning. Birds of a feather flock together. This is a wise saying. The best way to protect yourself is to stay in a group of people who are similar to you in terms of strength, and not blindly climb up the rank. This array's repelling effect is barely satisfactory. Everyone thinks that using an array to repel insects is the only way in the Gobi Desert. But what they don't know is that there is actually another method that is more effective than the array, and that is the cultivator's blood with spiritual power. After saying this, the old cultivator closed his mouth. Lu Xiaoyi did not ask any more questions and left. What did this mean? Did this mean that before the end of this summer's insect hunting, Lu Xiaoyi's blood was used to attract the last batch of white sandworms? If this was true, then what role did the tall and short cultivators play in this? This was destined to be a question without an answer, because it was impossible for him to try to change people's hearts in the end. Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. Until the end, there would be no result. Arriving in front of the leading cultivator, he silently put down the clear water. For some unknown reason, this cultivator, who had always been a man of few words, had opened his mouth today. We've met by chance, and we've been together for more than 10 days. We split the red threadworm, and you got the white sandworm. Do you have any resentment? You don't have to deny it. Everyone has dissatisfaction. However, some people will say it out loud, while others will hide it in their hearts, waiting for another day. You don't say it out loud, but you continue to send us food and water every day. This kind of forbearance is very scary. This is not good. Next time when you pretend to be a coward, remember to be more natural. You have to show your greed and not act like a saint. We all feel that we owe you, but we're not willing to compensate you with red thread worms. So, we gathered a spirit beast pouch for you. Don't carry that big porcelain bottle anymore, it's too ugly. Lu Xiaoyi slowly left everyone's line of sight. In the eyes of these experienced old men, he felt that he was truly inexperienced. He had completely lost the basis for their judgment. It seemed like everyone had good intentions. It seemed like everyone had bad intentions. Until the very last moment, he would not know how the plot of the story would develop. His curiosity gave him an impulse to stay and see what was going on. Were the two Taoists, one tall and one thin, giving him a chance or pushing him into a pit? Was the old cultivator exaggerating and driving a wedge between him and the others, or was it true? Did the leading cultivator's words expose his pretense and give him a sweet date at the same time? He did not understand, but it did not mean that he did not know what to do. You play your game, and I'll do mine. This was Lu Xiaoyi's response. Although he could no longer remember what he did in his previous life, the instinct to do the opposite still dominated him. Lu Xiaoyi found the back of a small hill. This was a position he had specially chosen to isolate himself from the others. At least, they would not be able to see him. If he ran back from here, he would return to Pu City. The two sand camels were also tied here. He took down the sand shovel from above and quickly dug a shallow pit. He still had more than 10 hours, so he could make it in time. He tidied up his equipment again and hung the newly obtained spiritual beast pouch on one of the sand camels. Although he really wanted to obtain such an item, if it was given to him by someone else, especially someone he did not know the details of, how would he dare to use it? He removed the large porcelain bottle from his back and poured out the ordinary white sandworms that he had picked up over the past 10 days. Then, he placed the porcelain bottle at the bottom of the pit. After thinking for a while, he decided to go all out and poured all 10 bottles of tough thread incense into the pit. Then, he hung the bottle caps with a rope and waited in silence. This was the first time he had poured out so many bottles of tough thread incense. His plan was to take one bottle and leave. As for the scheming between the cultivators behind him, they could do whatever they wanted. The old cultivator was right about one thing: a wolf cub should not play with a pack of mature leopards. Sooner or later, it would be broken. Originally, he thought that it would take at least 2 hours for the white sandworms to gather. However, to his surprise, as the white sandworms in this area had been tormented by the insect-repelling formation by the cultivators, when the strong smell of the tough thread incense spread out, it became a rare tonic for the exhausted white sandworms. The white sandworms from all directions began to gather here in a frenzy. This would not have happened in other core areas, but with the combination of the poison stream and the tough thread incense, it happened just like that. In the beginning, the white sandworms were the majority. Later, The red sandworms became the majority. Their stronger bodies squeezed the white sandworms out of the bottle, and they dominated the bottom of the bottle. Gradually, the entire bottle was filled with red sandworms. Lu Xiaoyi stopped counting after counting more than 1,000 of them. Now, he was hesitating. When should he put the bottle cap down? Would it be able to cover them? While he was hesitating, he raised his head and saw the clouds in the distance. They were piling up strangely, just like. Lu Xiaoyi immediately focused his attention on his sea of consciousness. To his surprise, he found that the ball of floating luck had already stood up like a wall. His heart skipped a beat. He completely understood what was going on. Without hesitation, he put the bottle cap down and covered the thousands of red sandworms in the bottle. Knowing that there was no time to waste, he did not care about the white sandworms crawling on the outside of the bottle. He took out a blanket and covered the entire bottle with it. Even though he did it carefully, he still felt more than 10 stabs of pain. Most of them were from the stingers of the white sandworms, but a few of them were from the red sandworms. His body was gradually beginning to swell, and he didn't have time to tie the porcelain bottle up. Just like that, he hugged the porcelain bottle and the blanket. He activated the tornado escape armor's third speed and dashed towards the clouds that were beginning to clear up. At this moment, he could no longer care about the 2 sand camels. He guessed that these things had the ability to survive even in a sandstorm. Chapter 71. Should he run in the face of the Gobi storm? Or should he run in the direction of the storm? Or should he lie down instead of running? That was the question. The correct answer was to lie down on the ground, encircle the animals and lay down the tents before the storm arrived. The chances of survival in such a sandstorm were not small. Of course, it also depended on the intensity and duration of the sandstorm. However, that was the way ordinary people dealt with it. To cultivators, there were other options. Lu Xiaoyi chose to run in the face of the sandstorm. It was the fastest way to escape the sandstorm, but the prerequisite was that he had to survive the sandstorm. This method did not mean that he had to keep running. When he could no longer withstand it, he had to lie down on the ground to avoid the storm. This was not something ordinary people could do. He had to do this and could only do this. The reason was simple. Firstly, he had to stay as far away from those cultivators as possible. Secondly, he was now in a daze after being stung by the white sandworms. He could only use the parallel chi formula and the tornado escape armor to consume the spiritual energy that had been stabbed. He was forced to do so. This time, the warning in his sea of consciousness was not a man-made disaster, but a natural disaster. It had nothing to do with those cultivators. He did not inform anyone in advance. There was no need. They had been in the Gobi for decades and had more experience in dealing with sandstorms than him. Their cultivation was also higher. Survival was not a problem at all. If he could make them think that he had been separated from them in the sandstorm and met with misfortune, that would be the best situation. Who would care about an insignificant and reckless cultivator? The stratocumulus clouds churned violently and accumulated very quickly. This was the characteristic of the Gobi storm. It was very fast. It came suddenly and left quickly. It was extremely explosive. The wind rose. It grew from small to large and became stronger. Soon, the clouds seemed to be collapsing. Layer by layer, it was overwhelming and suffocating. It had an aura that could swallow everything. Yellow sand filled the sky. There was no tomorrow. Eyes could not see, nose could not smell, mouth could not open. If it were an ordinary person, the only thing they could do now was to never leave their sand camel herd. But Lu Xiaoyi was still running, even if he was running a little unsteadily and staggering. It wasn't that he was trying to be a hero, pretending to be a hero, or showing off his heroic spirit. But the surging spiritual vigor in his body was beyond what he could bear, causing his meridians to swell and his chi and blood to churn. He did not have the time to carefully clean the bottle. Due to his greed and the fact that he had poured too much dolphin thread incense, he could not control himself when he was closing the bottle. Currently, he could only withstand the spiritual vigor of 1 or 2 red thread worms at most. Now, He had been stung by 3 of them, and this did not include the 10 or so normal white sandworms. Fortunately, he had cultivated the reckless ox body. Otherwise, the roiling blood and chi in his body would have caused him to explode. In the world of cultivation, doing so was a great taboo. It was akin to pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Barbaric cultivation could easily lead to qigong deviation and ruin one's foundation. It was not in line with the neutral and peaceful mentality of Taoism. But he really had no other choice. The speed of the tornado escape armor was faster than that of a horse and a camel in the 3rd gear. However, this was under the condition that he was not facing the wind. Now that he was facing the wind, his footsteps were shallow and deep. Fortunately, he finally had the time to put the bottle back on his back. The advantage of this was that he could now climb. When the wind was strong, he could only climb. It was not to prove anything, but to exhaust his spiritual energy. He had completely turned into a sandman. What he was fighting was not the sandstorm, but his own fate. By a freak combination of factors, he had forced himself to this point. He had completely lost the calmness of a rice worm. Just where did this mess come from? Or was it that he was originally someone who was unwilling to be ordinary? From the moment Lu Xiaoyi realized that there would be a sandstorm, there was only a moment when he could run without any hindrance. After a moment, the sandstorm suddenly rose. He had no choice but to lower his body and crawl on all 4s. He relied on the strength of the tornado escape armor to resist the ravaging of the sandstorm. In the end, he could only maintain the speed of a turtle. In the struggle against the sandstorm, under the crazy absorption and consumption of the tornado escape armor, the spiritual vigor that had been stung by the red thread worms finally passed the peak of the sandstorm and began to slowly decline. Realizing this, Lu Xiaoyi simply found a relatively high position and lay his entire body on the ground. He was not running anymore. This was not the time to prove that he had the courage to fight against the heavens and nature. A small cultivator who had just entered the path of cultivation dared to talk nonsense about fighting against nature. Since the spiritual vigor storm in his body had passed, the main focus was the natural sandstorm outside. He could not overconsume his spiritual energy. If this sandstorm continued for a long time, he would once again fall into a state of insufficient spiritual energy. There was no fixed plan. It changed according to the environment. Moving against the wind was a form of resistance. Sticking one's butt to the sky and admitting defeat was also a form of resistance. The sandstorm in the Gobi generally did not last for more than 12 hours. It lasted for half a day. It was a meteorological change caused by the drastic difference in temperature between day and night in the Gobi. It was a temporary thermal phenomenon. It did not have the natural conditions to continue wreaking havoc for a long period of time. The sandstorm this time was extremely fierce. It was full of explosive power, but it also disappeared quickly. After more than 2 hours, the storm had passed. Lu Xiaoyi lay on the ground for another moment before he struggled out of the sand that had almost buried him. Fortunately, the porcelain bottle and water were still there. These things were enough for him to walk out of the Gobi. He once again identified the direction. Because the wind had weakened, the spiritual vigor had also begun to return to its original order. This made it easier for him to locate his position. He drank a large mouthful of water. He was somewhat curious about how the cultivators who had stayed in the core would view his disappearance. The 2 sand camels had their own animal instincts. They could sense the arrival of danger and would run out to find a suitable place to hide. This was the reason why he had let go of their reins in the end. On the way here, he had spent about half a month's time. However, that was not because he had run at full speed. Now, he wanted to test how long it would take him to return to Pu City if he ran at full speed. In the Gobi, a figure was moving quickly. His speed had already surpassed that of a galloping horse. Lu Xiaoyi activated all his cultivation techniques. The middle parallel chi art continued to absorb the remnants of the red thread worm's spiritual vigor. The reckless ox body's blood and chi circulation provided nutrition for his running body. The 3rd gear of the whirling wind escape technique guaranteed his speed. The former cultivation technique was to absorb, while the latter 2 techniques were to output. They had reached a balance while moving at high speed. Lu Xiaoyi realized that although he had the dream of being a lazy riceworm, he was actually a riceworm that liked speed. The blurry memories of his previous life made him unable to remember who he was. What were his hobbies? What was his occupation? These were all gradually lost in the endless flow of the universe. What was left was only a kind of instinct, an instinct of his previous life. These memories that had already begun to shatter, when he finally found this body, his first instinct was to be a riceworm. Now, he had found another hobby that he liked: speed. Extreme speed, the feeling of indulging in extreme speed, made him incomparably infatuated. Could it be that he was a racer in his previous life? Chapter 72. As the wind grew weaker, the setting sun finally appeared in the sky. The clouds were all gone. The clear blue sky. Usually, at this time, Lu Xiaoyi would sit down and begin his cultivation. But now, he was no longer satisfied with the feeling of sitting still. Since it was all about cultivating by eating qi, why couldn't there be someone who could run? He had never considered this problem before. He had always arranged his cultivation in an orderly manner. First, he would absorb the qi of heaven and earth. Then, he would use the raging bull body to exhaust the absorbed spiritual power. Finally, he would use the white sandworms to replenish himself with spiritual power. But this time, the sandstorm made him realize that he could combine these three aspects. No, he could also add one more, the tornado escape armor, absorbing the qi of heaven and earth and the white sandworms at the same time, using the raging bull body and the tornado escape armor at the same time, 2 techniques to absorb, and 2 techniques to release. The result was that he had transformed into a tireless desert wolf running in the Gobi. This was a joy that came from the whole body. It was the trembling of the soul. What was nature? Follow the heart and let nature take its course. Feeling that the spiritual power absorption could not keep up with the consumption, Lu Xiaoyi did not think too much about it. He reached into the bottle on his back and 2 more stabs of pain came. These red string white sandworms had really fast reactions. Laughing, Lu Xiaoyi increased his speed again, leaving a long trail of dust behind him. A motorcyclist in a desert race? He seemed to have an impression of this. For 3 days, Lu Xiaoyi did not sleep or rest. He maintained this state. To him, this was the most suitable cultivation state. It was not purely to live for 100 more years, but to completely immerse himself in the joy of cultivation. If you did not like a profession from the bottom of your heart, your achievements would be limited. Now, he realized that he really liked cultivation and did not treat it as just a mission. On the Gobi, there were more and more rocks, and the quicksand was relatively less. When the cave where 2 of his friends had died appeared in front of him, his legs suddenly felt like they were about to explode. Looking down, he saw that 2 jade pieces with the wind wing array could not withstand the continuous high-intensity operation and had shattered into powder. His speed suddenly dropped, announcing the end of his wild run in the Gobi Desert, which he didn't know whether he was cultivating or running for his life. Next to the earthen wall carvings, there was a tall wooden sign. The bottom of the sign was nailed deep into the sand and stone. The cave has been carved for a long time. We must be on guard against cave-ins. There have already been a few wanderers who have lost their lives inside. Don't say that you didn't warn us. The young wanderers referred to this group of friends, but they didn't expect to be left in history in this way. They only had themselves to blame. However, Lu Xiaoyi did not care about this. The danger here could no longer harm a cultivator like him. He sat cross-legged at the top of the cave, surrounded by yellow sand and the Gobi Desert. It was empty and quiet. When he focused his mind on his dantian, the exuberant spiritual vigor was completely different from before he entered the Gobi Desert. According to his estimation, in just over a month's journey in the Gobi Desert, the spiritual power reserve in his dantian, which was the cultivation in the traditional sense, had increased by more than 2 times. Such a terrifying speed might have been based on the fact that his original cultivation was too weak. It also made him afraid. How could a weak ant like him dare to break into the core forbidden area of the Gobi Desert alone? It seemed that he had to change his way of cultivation in the future. The speed of cultivation sitting in the study of the mansion could no longer satisfy his ambition. After eating the fairy fruit, who cared about rotten peaches? After experiencing the flying car, who would ride an ox cart? Lu Xiaoyi was in a good mood. The red thread worm in the bottle on his back was his biggest gain. Although he lost 2 dessert camels and some materials, it was completely worth it. However, he had to clean up his appearance. Otherwise, no one would recognize him even if he didn't put on makeup. He didn't have any silver on him. In order to lighten his load, he put it all in the bundle on the dessert camels. This made him think hard. As he walked back, the passers-by kept a respectful distance from this bearded man who was covered in dust from head to toe. Judging from his appearance, he didn't look like a young man. He looked like a middle-aged man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Turning onto the main road toward Pu City, Lu Xiaoyi still hadn't figured out how to solve the problem of his image. He could have gone to the Sand Nation gathering place, but he lost 2 dessert camels. This made him feel ashamed to face these simple Sand Nation people. To these Sand Nation people, dessert camels were to them like war horses were to knights. If it weren't for the fact that they had spent some time together and that the Sand Nation people trusted his identity as the young master of Lu Province, they wouldn't have let him exchange 2 fine horses for 2 dessert camels. This had nothing to do with the value. As soon as he turned onto the main road, he saw a lot of people. However, a middle-aged man stood on a mound of dirt by the side of the road, anxiously looking at him. Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but laugh when he saw him. If it wasn't his loyal servant Ping An, who else could it be? The young master of Lu Province had returned home. Traveling outside for more than a month wasn't a short time, but in Aunt Cai Huan's eyes, it wasn't long enough. There was no welcoming ceremony. Lu Xiaoyi immediately went to the backyard to greet the 2 madams. He also brought along the big and small gifts he brought back from Zhu County. Of course, he didn't buy them. Ping An bought them on his behalf, as well as the gifts from the Li family to the 2 madams. This was why he had to let Ping An follow him to Zhu County. His tanned and slimmed down, but his also more energetic. Lu Yarosha looked at her son with satisfaction. She thought to herself, it seems that I can't keep this child in the residence in the future. It's easy to spoil him. Aunt Cai Huan also smiled and said, our Xiaoyi is dressed up now. Who in Pu City can compare to him? I'm not afraid of being tanned, as long as he's healthy. Lu Yarosha beamed with joy. Xiaoyi, 10 days after you left, the academy released the rankings. Our Xiaoyi graduated in 13th place. Your Aunt Cai and I can finally let go of our worries. When you're free tomorrow, prepare 4 different gifts. You have to go to the advisor's office more often. Your status is different from normal scholars, so not only Lord Hu's, but also Lord Qin's. You have to go and take a look. Don't let people say that our Lu province doesn't know etiquette. It's a pity that Advisor Zhao left early and returned to Zhu County. Otherwise, the person you should be thanking the most would be him. I heard that Advisor Zhao was full of praise for your policy. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. You really got it. I thought there would be some twists and turns. Aunt Cai Huan winked at him. What twists and turns could there be? Xiao Yi has been studying for many years. Don't talk about literature, he's even won literary classics. After eating at his mother's place, Lu Xiaoyi suggested, Mother, Ping An has been with me for many years. Although he's very useful, he's not young anymore. It's a bit hard for him to follow me around. I think the outer courtyard just happens to be lacking a chief steward. Why don't we let him go? This was the first time Lu Xiaoyi, the little master of Lu province, had spoken about the affairs of the residence. Lu Yarosha naturally wouldn't refuse his suggestion. Moreover, this suggestion was very pertinent and suited her intentions. Then, Xiao Yi, who do you want to be your chief steward? Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Actually, there's no need. If I go out, I can just casually find someone from the servants. Why go through so much trouble? Lu Yarosha and Aunt Cai Huan said in unison, No, without someone mature, how can we be at ease? Won't we just let you do whatever you want? Chapter 73. In the study, Ping stood respectfully, unable to hide the smile on his face. After more than 20 years, he could finally stop running around following this increasingly restless young master. He didn't feel any sense of urgency before, but in the past half a year, he was really tormented. Not only were his legs tired, but his heart was even more tired. He was afraid that he would make a big mistake. "Are you very happy?" Lu Xiaoyi looked at Ping, who couldn't hide his joy. Ping said firmly, "I'm not happy. Leaving young master is really the saddest thing for this old servant." Lu Xiaoyi stopped him. "Enough, don't pretend to be pitiful here. Seeing that you're so loyal, I'll fulfill your wish. But there are 2 more things that you have to do before you leave. One is to buy 2 sand camels from the Sand Nation people who exchanged for the desert camels. They have to be strong and healthy to exchange for our horses. At the same time, give them some money to express our gratitude for losing the camels. Also, you have to find a successor for me, and it has to be someone reliable." Ping quickly nodded. "Don't worry, young master. I'll personally deal with the Sand Nation people tomorrow. I won't let them down. As for the next attendant, I already have a few targets in mind. Young master can interrogate them. They are the most loyal, the healthiest, the most responsible, the most—" Lu Xiaoyi interrupted him again. Stop. Loyalty is very important, but there are more important things for me. First, they have to be tight-lipped. It's best if they don't say anything. Second, they have to have a soft temper. Whatever I say, they have no opinions, no knowledge, and no sense of responsibility." Ping muttered, "With your request, it's best to find a fool. It's convenient for you to run around. I have a candidate. Old Liu's second son, a servant's son. He's 19 years old and doesn't know anything. His biggest hobby is sleeping. After becoming a scholar, he could be considered an official. He was already 19 years old and had his own circle of friends and hobbies. They couldn't control him too much. After all, he was an adult. He had his own circle of friends and hobbies. It wasn't good to control him too much. It was still the mainstream in this world for men to be in charge of external affairs and women to be in charge of domestic affairs. Whether it was official affairs, the circle of scholars, or business dealings, they all needed the man to be able to support them. How? If you don't go out to socialize and reciprocate politeness, where do these things come from? Staying at home was not something that could be done outside. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyi now had more freedom. At least, he didn't need to inform the 2 old ladies every time he went out. It took him 3 days to visit all the teachers. He was self-taught in Lu province. How could he have a teacher? However, for the imperial examinations, the person who judged your paper would be the main examiner, and that person would be your teacher, and would have the merit of guiding you. It wasn't obvious at the initial stage of Wenzhuan because Wenzhuan couldn't be an official yet. He was only at the level of an ancient scholar in his previous life. Only when he reached the level of Wenzhuan and Wen Kuei would there be a real competition between teachers. He had to choose a side. If he chose the right teacher, his position would be completely different. There were also teachers who thought highly of his disciple's future and took in a son-in-law. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoyi didn't need to go through all this. His journey to the imperial examinations ended with Wenzhuan. His mother didn't want him to follow in the footsteps of Major Lu and fall into the endless struggles in the imperial court. She only wanted him to live well and continue the family line. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi wouldn't take the initiative to improve himself. If he could lie down, why would he stand? If he was a riceworm with ambition, would he still be a riceworm? In the past few days, he also took time to go to Monkey and the youngest Han's house. To be honest, among the 7 heroes, he was the one with the least sincerity. He was able to hang out with these people because he seemed to be born with the ability to communicate with people. He didn't really treat these people as friends. To become true friends, it took time, and life and death together. Among these 6 people, his friendship with Qi and Fatty was more genuine. The others were a little distant. However, this didn't mean that he would forget them. They all climbed out of the Earth Cliff Cave. He had the obligation to help them as much as he could. However, he had overestimated his own abilities. With his current cultivation, he was still an insignificant ant in the world of cultivation. Whether it was his means or resources, he could not bring them out. With his ability, he could help the two old ladies in the mansion to relax their muscles, improve their blood circulation, and push their bones. He could maintain the vitality of their bodies and eliminate hidden dangers. However, he couldn't reconnect their broken limbs and recover their internal organs. This was not only because of his cultivation, but also because his inheritance was too narrow. Among the 13 bamboo slips, none of them were related to healthcare and medicine. He could only sigh helplessly. In the end, he left in high spirits and returned in disappointment. However, these two people were very grateful for his help and also sighed. The former 7 heroes either left, died, or were injured. They were all cultivators, but they ended up like this. On the contrary, it was the ordinary Lu Xiaoyi who started his cultivation. The affairs of the world were unpredictable, which made people sigh. Lu Xiaoyi didn't explain to them the differences between their cultivation. There was no need to make them sad. It was better to let them have this beautiful memory. Life gradually returned to the right track. Every morning, after his cultivation, Lu Xiaoyi would go to his mother's room to pay his respects like every filial child. He would also relax the muscles and improve the blood circulation of the two old ladies. The two old ladies were reluctant at the beginning, but under Lu Xiaoyi's insistence, they could only follow his wishes. After all, it was the filial piety of a child. They couldn't refuse. Later, they began to be inseparable from Lu Xiaoyi's massage technique. They also felt that their bodies were calling back to youth again. Their eyes were no longer blurry and their ears were no longer deafened. They had an appetite and the desire to move. If there was a day when they didn't have such a massage because of other things, they would feel empty in their hearts. This was the formation of dependence, the inseparability between true family members. They were both experienced old people. How could the two old ladies not know what this kind of change meant? However, this layer of window paper had never been broken. They tacitly acknowledged and tolerated it. When they were in the capital of Yi Kingdom, whether it was the former general's mansion or later the Sima mansion, they had occasionally come into contact with the so-called mutants. Those who were truly capable knew that these things weren't fabricated. They really existed in the real world. They also finally understood why this child had always been unwilling to marry. It was precisely because they knew that they didn't dare to point it out. They were very clear that the final destination of those mutants was not in the mortal world, but in the void. They were just silently waiting for the arrival of that moment. They didn't want to obstruct Lu Xiaoyi's choice because of their own reasons. For parents who loved their children deeply, allowing them to fly freely was the greatest help they could get. This wonderful balance also allowed Lu Xiaoyi to act freely. He was now a truly free person. He didn't have an official position, didn't care about his school status, and didn't need to support his family. Even the adults in his family didn't ask about his whereabouts. He had truly fulfilled his wish of being a happy rice worm. P.S. Friendship recommends this book. Cultivation begins from becoming a state preceptor. Chapter 74. For the rest of the morning, he would spend the rest of his time in the spacious courtyard that he had tidied up with a few old soldiers to learn martial arts. In view of the gap between his cultivation base and the other cultivators that was temporarily impossible to make up for, out of the principle of inequality, he hoped to have a certain advantage in physical strength and close combat. Fighting was actually about how to put the opponent into a situation where he was good at and the opponent was not good at. It was not necessary to compete with the opponent in the area that they were good at. This was also the instinct of his consciousness after he crossed over. Moreover, there was no point in continuing the cultivation of magic arts after he sensed it. As for the body, even if he became an immortal, it would still be useful, right? He still liked magic arts very much, and he did not mind studying them when he was free. Slowly, he could also spit fire and condense ice, but it was not very neat. Lu Xiaoyi attributed this inconsistency to the normal phenomenon of the Qi Eater stage. At least in the bamboo slips, the seniors said the same thing about the Qi Eater stage. Using spiritual power to simulate magic arts in the Chi Eater stage and using spiritual power to communicate with nature in the sensing stage were two completely different concepts. He was looking forward to learning the different magic arts that he dreamed of after he reached the sensing stage. Colorful, ever-changing, between heaven and earth, water, fire, thunder, and lightning. This was also his pursuit, and it was on the same level as his wish of being a rice worm. He did not know why, but it seemed to be the only desire that was constantly strengthening when his soul crossed over drifted in the universe. He was thankful for the power of destiny that gave him the opportunity to practice it. He was not in a hurry. Now he was just laying the foundation for the future. He needed to have a good body, to be able to deal with people who shamelessly rushed to him, to be able to run fast. All of this was for the future, between his fingers, to dominate the world. This was a small wish of a rice worm. Sometimes, he would wonder if he had a split personality. On one hand, he wanted to be a rice worm, and the highest goal in life was to live a few more decades. On the other hand, he wanted to achieve something in some aspects. For example, he had always dreamed of the true magic arts in cultivation. In order to achieve this goal, he did not hesitate to ignore these unorthodox magic arts in the Chi Eater stage. Another example was that after he experienced extreme speed, he was extremely obsessed with this feeling of speed. He hoped that one day he would become the fastest person in the world. This was very contradictory. Even he himself was aware of it. He did not know why. Could it be that in his previous life, he was such a person with an uncertain goal? That's right. Every loser had this characteristic. They could break a stick and throw it away, but they couldn't truly immerse themselves in a certain aspect. Although he knew that such a future might have a negative impact on the uncertainty of his future, he was not in a hurry now. Spells were the direction of the future. As for now, he had to lay a good foundation in other areas. Once he reached foundation establishment, he probably wouldn't have enough time to train his body and speed. Lu Xiaoyi quickly found a reason for himself. After all, he was a person who trusted his intuition. After practicing with the old soldiers, he would take some time out in the afternoon to continue reading all kinds of books in this world, especially the miscellaneous ones. He didn't have any special purpose. Maybe it was a habit from his previous life. Do you like to waste your time in some web novel world? Everyone in Lu province knew that this was the time when their young master went out to have fun. He would play until very late. They didn't know where he would go or who he would meet up with. In any case, they wouldn't see him come back until the next morning. This was not the style of a scholarly family in Lu province. Even if you went out to live a life of luxury, you couldn't do this every day, right? Even the most dissolute playboy in Pu City couldn't do this frequently. An 18 or 19-year-old boy, indulging in lust was harmful to his body. However, since the two matriarchs of Lu province didn't care, after a period of confusion, the servants just let it be and got used to it. However, the strange thing was that young Master Lu didn't seem to be leaning on the wall when he walked. On the contrary, he was getting more and more energetic. Lu Xiaoyi brought along the second son of the Liu family as they rode out of the city. It was as if they were going on a trip to the outskirts. They went out of the North City gate and walked for more than 10 miles before they arrived at an inn run by a local farmer. It was very unorthodox. They would stop here and tie up the horses. Then, Liu would go back to his room to sleep. As for his master, he was mysterious and could go wherever he wanted to go. Liu was too lazy to care. Liu was indeed a little silly. His old man's hair was about to turn white from worrying about it. However, who knew that young Master Lu would take him as his personal attendant? This surprised everyone in Lu province. They didn't know what their young master saw in him. If people knew that Lu Xiaoyi was interested in his sleepiness, they would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. However, there was no way to learn this skill because Liu really slept. Other people could only pretend to sleep. Were you sure you could earn this job where you could sleep for 8 to 18 hours a day? Sleeping could also make people go crazy. Lu Xiaoyi took a shortcut into the Gobi Desert on foot. Because of this escape, he completely fell in love with this place. It wasn't like the first time he came to Earthcliff Cave where there was only fear left. The newly engraved wings of wind formation on his calf had been improved. It placed more emphasis on the third level of extreme speed. It was not only to make people infatuated with the feeling of speed, but also to maximize the consumption of his own spiritual power. His cultivation base could only grow rapidly by switching back and forth between being depleted and full. It was like a battery that could be discharged, filled, and discharged. However, he was a battery that could self-grow. At the same time, his body was rapidly changing. The training of the reckless ox body made his body exceed the body that a chi eater should have. The abundance of blood and chi would also nourish his bones, meridians, and muscles. There was a piece of good news and a piece of bad news for this relatively pure body cultivation technique. The good news was that reckless bull body did not make a person look like a bull, but a man with bulging muscles and thick cheeks. Reckless bull body referred to the spirit of a bull. Through strengthening the blood, chi, skin, and tendons, it allowed a person to gain greater resistance and vitality. Of course, the increase in strength was also very obvious, and it was especially explosive. However, the person's entire body was no different from before. After removing the excess fat that grew from sitting and reading for a long time, the body was more coordinated and slender, like a steel spring. The bad news was that this body cultivation technique was very simple. It was so simple that it didn't even have a beginning, middle, or high level. In any case, if you had something like the reckless ox strength, the vicious ox strength, or the heavenly ox strength, it would give the person something to look forward to and have a cultivation goal. By reaching different levels, one would be able to generate a sense of satisfaction, just like in the legendary novels of his previous life. Lu Xiaoyi had been practicing this kind of body transformation technique for several months, and he felt that he had reached a bottleneck. His progress had slowed down, but he had broken through so quickly. He had some doubts that this was not a proper body transformation technique of the cultivation world. It was more likely that it was something between cultivation and mortal martial arts. There was no other way. Resources were limited. After solving the problem of the spiritual opportunity, the problem of the cultivation technique was placed in front of him. Chapter 75. Now, he would use a red thread worm every night in the desert, in addition to a few drops of dolphin thread incense to attract hundreds of normal white sandworms. After being stung, he would release these insects back into the desert, and then he would start running for several hours. Basically, he would run from the beginning of the night until the end of the night, a full 6 hours. His dantian was almost empty, and he would be able to run out of the Earthcliff Cave 180 miles away. When he returned to the cave at midnight, it was already midnight. It was unrealistic to go back to the city, as the city gate was already closed. If he climbed over the city wall, it would be hard to avoid being discovered too many times, which would shock the world. Most importantly, he could lie on top of the cave and look at the stars. This was another hobby he discovered. It was as if looking at the countless stars in the sky above the desert gave him an inexplicable sense of intimacy, as if they had been friends for countless years. He could understand that this was an illness of the soul that had drifted in the universe for too long. He was already used to that kind of loneliness and solitude. On this point, sleeping in the study was completely different from using the sky as a blanket and earth as a bed. Here, because it was far away from people and buildings, there was no human breath. It was as if he had completely merged with nature. When he opened his eyes, it was as if he was surrounded by the starry sky. The starry sky was him, and he was the starry sky. What a wonderful feeling! Lu Xiaoyi had been in this state for more than 3 months, and he had gained a lot. He had reached the end of the reckless ox body. He did not know if he should be happy or disappointed. The speed of the tornado escape technique had reached its peak, including the improvement of the wind wing formation. After countless versions, he had finally found the most suitable one for him. This could only be said to be temporary. As his cultivation increased, his knowledge widened, and his understanding of formations improved, there would definitely be room for improvement. But he also understood that there was no need to put his energy into this. After he had reached the foundation establishment stage, it would be time to throw away the jade slip. At that time, he would come into contact with the true escape technique. According to his own judgment, his cultivation had increased by nearly 10 times compared to before he entered the Gobi Desert. This was a number that was too low and had no practical significance. However, he still believed that he should have reached the intermediate stage of Chi Eater. Just yesterday, his dantian had begun to shine. There was a glimmer of light flickering. This was a slight qualitative change caused by a quantitative change. Unfortunately, the middle parallel Chi art did not describe this in too much detail. He had no choice but to admit that these exercises obtained by his old man Lu Sima were truly the most basic of things. Things that could not be any simpler. An ordinary mortal, even if he was a high official, was separated by a mountain from the world of cultivators. In Lu Sima's eyes, anything that was extraordinary might be the most worthless thing in the cultivation world. Lu Xiaoyi had no choice but to face it. All of his cultivation methods were no longer enough in front of someone who had grown up, including those bamboo slips on water and fire. It's time to go out. Even if it's a rice worm, after this bag of rice is finished, shouldn't it be replaced? In the adventure in the depths of the Gobi a few months ago, he had spent more than 10 days with 7 other cultivators. Other than learning how to control and sort the white sandworms, he had also occasionally received a few words of advice from these people. It was not about specific skills, but about the survival principles of rogue cultivators. There were also discussions about skills, spells, magical instruments, and medicinal pills. When they talked about these things, it was inevitable that they would bring it out. One of the things they mentioned was Crane Mountain. It was located in Zhaoye country. At the foot of the mountain was a small town called Xianlai Town. There was a cultivation orthodoxy on Crane Mountain that was hidden from the world. It was difficult for outsiders to see its true appearance. It was shrouded in thick fog all year round, making it difficult to distinguish the path. However, the town of Xianlai at the foot of the mountain did not refuse outsiders. In fact, the so-called outsiders who could come to such a remote place were the itinerant cultivators of all ages in the nearby area. They came here because the Taoist orthodoxy of Crane Mountain had opened a shop in the town. They sold the finished products made by the cultivators on the mountain and also collected strange things collected by the itinerant cultivators from all over the world. As time went by, Xianlai Town slowly developed into a market that specialized in trade for cultivators. The market was not large, and there were dozens of shops. Most of them were opened by rogue cultivators. This was because the Taoist orthodoxy of Crane Mountain was secretly suppressing this place, so there was a guarantee of safety. There was no need to worry about robberies occurring. Its reputation slowly spread. At the very least, in Zhaoye country, it was a place that was somewhat famous in the cultivation world. Lu Xiaoyi, who had not integrated into the cultivation world at all, paid attention to this kind of news very much and had an impression of Crane Mountain. He was a cautious person. After he heard about it, he did not continue to ask about it. He did not want to expose his ignorance. Since there was such a town in the mortal world, it must be in the government's records. There was a mountain and a town, so he was not afraid that he could not find out the specific location. After returning to Pu City, he used the excuse of traveling as a hobby and went to the academy a few times. With the help of an old teacher who was proficient in geography, he quickly found out the location. It was about 1,000 miles south of Pu City. Although it was out of the county, it was not far away. Moreover, it was surrounded by bustling cities. There was no big problem with its safety. Lu Xiaoyi knew very well that in this low-level cultivation world, although individual cultivators were rare, they were only relative to ordinary people. In terms of absolute numbers, they were not a small number. There were many places like Xianlai Town in Zhaoye country. It was just that it was a little famous in the nearby areas. It was reasonable that it was not far away. Everyone was a poor cultivator who ate qi. Their legs were limited. It was unrealistic to expect them to say that there was a big market or a big cultivation orthodoxy thousands of miles away. He had been hesitating about whether he should go to this place. He had been hesitating for 3 months. Now, he had no choice. He had resources like the red threadworms, but he did not have a suitable cultivation method to make full use of them. Therefore, he had the idea to go. It was just a long trip. He estimated that if everything went well, he could come back in a month. He just wanted to broaden his knowledge and see if he could find something. He had no intention of becoming an apprentice, let alone joining the orthodoxy. It did not matter if he was qualified to do so. Lu Xiaoyi had never thought of leaving his mother to explore the outside world when his parents were around. If he wanted to do so, it would be after the two old ladies were 100 years old. His soul drifting in the universe had cultivated his lonely character. When he came into contact with the two old ladies, he was completely captured by their love and care. He was lonely, but he also yearned to be cared for the most. It seemed very contradictory, but he was such a contradictory person. Sometimes, he would think that they were both cared for. What was the difference between marrying a wife and caring for him and the care from two elders? Why did he accept the care from the two old ladies naturally, but resist the care from the younger ones? Later, he understood that he did not want to be burdened by a wife, a son, a grandson. There was no end to it. If he fell into this trap, he would not be able to realize any of his wishes. Because of the countless worries, he would not be able to get away. He would not have the opportunity or time to selfishly satisfy his own interests. Besides, this was also an explanation to the real Lu Xiaoyi in this world. He thought about it carefully. He felt that in this world dominated by mortals, the cultivators were not so arrogant. There must be something restraining them. It was just that he could not feel it at his current level. It was just a month. He thought of it as a reward for his Chinese test. He found an excuse for himself. Chapter 76. After breakfast, Lu Xiaoyi massaged the shoulders of the two old madams as usual. Right now, he was massaging his mother, while Aunt Cai Huan was fanning him from the side. This was a routine that the family had to go through every day. From being dispensable to being indispensable, even the maids were not allowed to be present during this time. These were all trivial matters of the Dong and Li family. Lu Xiaoyi did not feel annoyed because he knew that in a few more years, even if he wanted to be annoyed, he would not have such an opportunity again. He was not an indecisive person. When he needed to make a decision, his subconscious actions were filled with ruthlessness, violence, and savagery. Just like when he hit Wu Shuang with the brick, or when he hit Lu Buping with the plank, he acted decisively and without any hesitation. Therefore, he sometimes wondered, what was the purpose of my forgotten past? It seemed like he remembered a lot, but when it came to him, it was as if he had lost all of his memories. This kind of personality that sometimes made him afraid, but he cared a lot about his family. As long as the two old madams were here, he was not willing to go out and make a living. Of course, it was also possible that this was the nature of a rice worm. He was lazy and found other reasons to cover up his laziness. For this Fu, he did not contribute a single copper coin. Instead, he was the one who spent the most. Regarding this, he was not embarrassed at all. It was still the same sentence. A son eating his mother was a matter of course. To the current Lu Xiaoyi, he was completely independent. He lived his own life, made his own money, and could even support the family. He could also take care of external affairs. Was this kind of son really what a mother like Lu Yarosha would like? Not necessarily. Perhaps some mothers would like this kind of son, but Lu Yarosha and Aunt Cai Huan would not. They were more willing to hope that their wings could protect their child, to be able to shelter him from the wind and rain, regardless of the child's age. When you were strong enough to deprive them of this right, what was left for them was only disappointment. They felt that they were useless, and then inevitably accelerated their aging. Therefore, sometimes, being content with being a rice worm was also a kind of love. Mother, Auntie Cai, I'll be making a trip to Anshan Prefecture tomorrow. I'll be back in a month at the earliest and 2 months at the latest. I've heard that the clay figurines there are very famous. I'll bring your portraits and make some clay figurines for you. Lu Xiaoyi could clearly feel his mother's body stiffen. She didn't say anything. Aunt Cai Huan, who was beside him, said casually, Will little Yi be gone for a long time? I heard that the baby eagles sometimes get lost and can't find their way home. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. I'm coming back to buy some things and to broaden my horizons. It's autumn now. Auntie Cai must be making winter clothes again. I don't want those with floral patterns. I want a plain one. Even if it's the same color, you can make two for me. Her mother and Auntie Caihuan also smiled. It was a smile of relief. She still wanted to come back and wear new clothes. She probably wouldn't leave forever, right? After all, to cultivators, there were too many such cases. Those years in the capital city were different from the ordinary days in Pu City. The cultivation circle was much more developed than in the peripheral cities. There was wealth, power, and time. There were also many rogue cultivators in the capital city. Although there were also bad people, overall, the cultivation atmosphere in the capital city was much stronger than in other places. They had seen with their own eyes how many young men and women in their prime never returned because of cultivation. They never looked back, even if their families already had a carefree life. Among them, there were talented students, children of noble families, descendants of wealthy families, and even members of the royal family. Everyone knew, but they just didn't say it out loud. It was to protect the last bit of dignity of the country. This was the helplessness and sadness they experienced when they knew that their children had also embarked on this path. On one hand, they couldn't bear to part with their family, and on the other hand, their children's possible path to immortality. How should they choose? Not every young man was lucky enough to embark on this path. The probability was extremely low. This was also why, although Lu Yarosha had given him the bamboo slips left behind by her husband, she hoped that he would fall on this path and give up himself. Such a contradictory mentality made them worried about their gains and losses. For the first time in their lives, they hoped that their children would be more ordinary, more stupid, and more ordinary. However, gold would always shine. The small world of Lu province could not contain the sharpness of the young man. Fate was something that would come, and it would not pass through the door because of your resistance. However, little Yi seemed to be different from other children, including his cultivation. He had never despised the cage at home. Instead, he became closer to them. It was as if he wanted to be like this until they grew old and left. They liked this very much, but they were worried that this would delay their child's future in cultivation. Therefore, they did not speak. They did not dare to speak, for fear that they would lose him if they spoke. Lu Xiaoyi understood their thoughts very well. It was not good to keep them on tenterhooks, so he decided to open the lid. He put one hand on his mother's shoulder and the other on Auntie Cai's shoulder. Mother, Auntie Cai, little Yi is also cultivating now. However, my cultivation is different from theirs. Their cultivation is to abandon everything and pursue their own great Tao. My cultivation is to grasp everything and not give up on my loved ones. If cultivation is destined to make the people around me miss and feel pain, then it's better not to cultivate. I don't know if they will regret their past neglect and not cherish when they think back at midnight when they achieve something. Anyway, I won't. I'm not afraid of wasting time. This is because I believe in my own abilities. If I can't even let my loved ones live a good life in their later years, I don't have the right to cultivate. His mother and Auntie Cai Huan's faces were covered in tears. They knew their child's true feelings, and this opened their hearts. Lu Yarosha cried and laughed. My son is naturally the best. But you can't cheat anymore. Lu Xiaoyi laughed out loud. I cheated based on my own abilities. What's there to worry about? Autumn is here. Make more cured meat. Our son wants to eat it when he comes back. Let's go. Lu Xiaoyi packed up the luggage that he had prepared long ago. It was still a big and swollen bag. The two healthy horses were chosen with the best footprints for traveling. He also did not bring along any attendants. After explaining everything to his mother, the two old madams also knew that they could no longer use common sense to judge this child who had already matured. They let him do as he pleased, no longer willing to restrain him. The light horses left the manor, one carrying the luggage and one carrying the person, and left. That was right. People always talk about repaying one's master's kindness. Without a mother's kindness, how could one live? Since severing one's emotions has been the great Tao, I will turn my back on my mother to seek immortality. Chapter 77. There were 2 ways to travel from Pu City to Anshiren Prefecture's Hemming Mountain. The first way was by water. It was a longer route, but it was more leisurely. As long as one was willing to spend money, they could board a wine boat every day. There were beautiful scenery and beautiful boat girls. The other way was by land. It was the shortest shortcut, but traveling was more difficult. It could last for 1 or 2 days, but few people could endure it for a long time. Traveling also required experience and skills. It was not something that could be solved by running. One had to consider where to rest, the endurance of the horses, and the wind and rain along the way. All of these needed to be planned. However, for cultivators, especially those like Lu Xiaoyi who practiced body techniques, this level of hardship was not difficult at all. It was far worse than running in the Gobi Desert every night for months. However, there was no need to run all the way, and no one would chase after him. The south of Pu City was more prosperous and there were more pedestrians. It was not like the Gobi Desert where there were no signs of human habitation. Identity was a problem when one was outside. In theory, the country of Yi did not prohibit the free movement of civilians. However, in practice, there were many checkpoints and it was very troublesome. Lu Xiaoyi had the title of literary scholar, which was the best and most effective qualification to pass through the checkpoints. However, he did not use it. Instead, he used a fake identity that he got from the black market. This was what businessmen liked to do the most. It could prevent people from knowing their trade secrets, sources of goods, and routes. For Lu Xiaoyi, he did not want people to know his background. He did not want people to know that his nest was in Pu City and that there were 2 defenseless old ladies there. He had to give Lu Province a relatively quiet environment so that they would not be affected by his right and wrong in the cultivation world. In other words, when it was necessary to make a move, there was no need to be afraid of anything. He didn't say anything along the way. He ate when he needed to and slept when he needed to. He was just like a normal traveler. He didn't show any difference. Lu Xiaoyi did not appear in his scholarly appearance. Instead, he was dressed like a Jianghu man. He wore a bamboo hat, a straw raincoat, a long sword, and a silk scarf around his mouth and nose. He was originally bright and handsome, and now he was dressed like a young hero who had traveled the Jianghu. In fact, it was to satisfy the yearning in his heart for this kind of life. It also attracted the attention of many village women. At the very least, every night when he stayed at the inn, there would always be a note passed through the crack of the door. He wasn't averse to this kind of behavior, but it wasn't appropriate for him to do it now. Moreover, he didn't know if he could resist those unspeakable diseases with his current physical condition. When they passed by the small forest, there was also a delicate cry from inside. "Young hero, save me. Wasn't this too fake?" Even with his ability as a cultivator, he couldn't see through the forest, so how could the people inside see the outside clearly? "You still know that I'm a young hero? Not Laroshia? Official?" Thus, he replied loudly, "Young lady, don't be alarmed. Let me teach you a lesson. If you can't resist, then just quietly enjoy it." He galloped past, and vicious curses came from behind. "Enjoy your ass. Little bastard, if you fall into my hands one day, I'll make sure you're not dead." This was also the Jianghu. Reality proved that if you really didn't want to cause trouble, then there would definitely be no trouble. Those who wished they could go through 10 or 8 pits along the way were definitely thinking of water. Along the way, he only stopped in Anshan Prefecture for 3 days. He found the most famous craftsman there to make clay figurines for the 2 old madams. However, these things couldn't be completed in a short period of time. They needed to be baked in a kiln. It would take time. Lu Xiaoyi arrived at Anshan's boundary after 16 days. Traveling 1,000 li was so slow, not because he was sightseeing, but because the road to the south was harder to travel. There was no straight line to speak of. If he encountered a lake, he would have to take a big detour. If he encountered a river, he would have to go up and down to find a crossing. There were also more and more paddy fields, so riding a horse was impossible. This was a very good lesson. If you couldn't fly, then you had better choose a transportation tool according to the environment, and not just based on your own preferences. Crane Mountain was very famous in Anshan Prefecture, so famous that almost everyone knew about it. It was also the most famous Taoist mountain in Anshan Prefecture. There were countless Taoist temples, and it was said that they were all very efficacious. However, Crane Mountain wasn't just a mountain, but a mountain range. There were countless peaks. The north and south foothills were filled with incense, and people weaved in and out. Only the remote west foothills were rarely visited. There were rumors that fierce beasts lurked there, poisonous fog lingered, and the mountains were high and deep. Whether it was true or false, it could also be a rumor released by a hidden orthodoxy. There was a small town under the west foothills. The environment was almost isolated from the rest of the world, and the economy was self-sufficient. This was the cultivation market, Xianlai town. On this day, a young hero came to the town entrance. He was riding 2 horses, and he wore a bamboo hat, a straw raincoat, and fast boots. His mouth and nose were covered with a silk scarf, leaving only a pair of bright eyes exposed. He carried a long sword on his back, and his figure was slender. He looked like a heroic young man. The young man knew the rules, but he didn't ride his horse into the town. This was a self-restraint every time he went to a strange place, especially a small place in the countryside. It didn't matter in a big city, because it was originally very noisy, and no one would care if you rode a horse or not. However, it was different in a small place, because small places were very quiet. The villagers were very united, and they hated outsiders riding horses. The streets were narrow, so bumping into people, kicking dogs, and disturbing people's dreams were all annoying behavior. As the sun set in the west, Lu Xiaoyi led his horse into the town. The afterglow cast a long shadow of his back. He was mysterious, free and easy, and walked alone. A faint melancholy aura spread out, just like a picture scroll. A few young girls in the town laughed and pointed at him. They chattered in slang and giggled. Their voices were clear, and they were healthy. Lu Xiaoyi liked it very much. In the evening, smoke rose from the kitchen chimneys of every family, and the smell of food floated in the air of this late autumn town. Lu Xiaoyi realized that he was hungry. There was only one main street in the town, and the rest were small alleys. He could see the end of them at a glance. There were also a few farmhouse restaurants. The half-opened curtains rippled in the breeze. Among them, there was one that he liked very much. It read, "I don't ask for 8 bows, just one." It was a very elegant advertising slogan. He led his horse over. No one came out to receive him in this small place, so he could only find a post outside and tie the horse up. He put on the tightest little bundle, lifted the curtain, and entered the restaurant. "Shopkeeper, a bowl of noodles, put more minced meat. I want a big bowl, not coriander or garlic." A few chuckles sounded in the restaurant. Even with his strong hearing, he couldn't tell where they came from. There were both men and women, and they were all very young. Late autumn, a small town, sunset, smoke, and a young man who was pretending to be a minced meat. Lu Xiaoyi didn't care. He was a thick-skinned person. After adapting to the dim lighting in the restaurant, he sat down at the only empty table left. Next to him was an old man. He was alone. When he saw Lu Xiaoyi sit down, he raised his cup to greet him. Before Lu Xiaoyi could reply, the old man had already said, "Young man, can you understand the local language of Xianlai?" Lu Xiaoyi shook his head blankly. He didn't know what the old man was trying to say. The old man said seriously, "Just now, a few local girls on the street were laughing in their local language. The sun is not hot in late autumn, so why do they need a bamboo hat to block the sun? There is little rain at the end of autumn, so why do they need a straw cape to protect their bodies? The waterways in the south are crisscrossed, so it's hard to go through the mud. It's also not the pollen season, so it's ridiculous to cover your face with a scarf. Chapter 78. The people at the surrounding tables could no longer hold it in and burst into laughter. This kind of teasing, to different people, would have different interpretations. Those who were shallow would draw their sword. Those who were shy would be ashamed. Those who were shrewd would fly into a rage out of humiliation. Those who were inexperienced would be at a loss and would not know when to advance or retreat. Everyone was waiting to see what kind of reaction this young lad would have. To add a little fun to this boring and dry night, they dared to do so because they had the confidence to control the situation. They left the choice to the young lad. Friend or foe, together or apart, it was up to him to decide. Lu Xiaoyi's reaction was out of everyone's expectations. He was neither angry nor annoyed, neither restrained nor embarrassed. He just raised his head and smiled. This is more handsome. While everyone was speechless, Lu Xiaoyi looked at the old man seriously. You're right. I didn't match well. I should change my hero hat. The kind with 2 streamers at the back. Riding a horse like this, with the streamers flying, it's unruly. I can also wear a long trench coat or a cloak. With the streamers complementing each other, it's very handsome. As for shoes, how about a pair of riding boots? It's waterproof and non-slippery, it's neat, it's not appropriate to cover your nose with a silk scarf, but it's boring if it's empty. How about a wild flower in your mouth? If you enter like this, won't those girls change their attitude? The old man stood up and drank a cup of wine as punishment. It's this old man's fault. Young lad, this old man is ashamed of his inferiority. Why don't we sit down and have a chat? Lu Xiaoyi chuckled and said, I'm nameless. It's not that I'm nameless, but I don't dare to. Seniors, elders, brothers, and sisters, please meet me. Weak people have short ambitions, thin horses have long hair. I can only be careful with my words and actions, not daring to be flamboyant. I'll say the ugly words first. Standing in front of everyone, other than being handsome, everything else might be fake. Today's meeting is very fated. If there's any benefits, just say the word. If there's any danger, just treat me like a fart. Thank you so much. With one sentence, all the diners present smiled knowingly. Imperceptibly, the distance between them was shortened a lot. For a greenhorn cultivator, although what he said was bullshit, it was also true. Helpless bullshit was more pleasant to hear than those dignified words. This was also one of Lu Xiaoyi's current abilities. He was always able to put himself in a relatively advantageous position when interacting with others, so that others would not easily treat him as an opponent or an enemy. He sat down in front of the old man's table and said, Senior, it's my first time out here, so I thought I'd come to Town of Immortals to look for some things. It's really difficult to cultivate on my own. There's no one to guide me, no one to verify, and no one to discuss with. Therefore, you'll have to explain the rules of Town of Immortals to me in detail. There are so many fellow Taoists around, and they are all listening. You can't use false words to deceive me and bury me. That old man felt that he was reaping what he sowed. He was drinking to pass the time, so why did he have to play around with this dogskin plaster? Now, not only did he fail to make fun of others, he even threw himself in. He was also an open-minded person. In fact, for most people, when faced with an insignificant person who was far inferior to them, it was difficult to be stingy. You little brat, what good can this old man get from deceiving you? What good can burying you do? It's really a bunch of nonsense. Lu Xiaoyi stopped joking and said seriously, this junior was just joking. Elder, please don't take offense. I believe you can also see that this junior's strength is limited. I also heard that there are secret cultivation methods for sale here, so I came thousands of miles away to try my luck. The crowd at the side clamored, and the old man shook his head. Hold it. Can't you speak properly? Even if you want to hide your origins, we can understand. Can't you be more reliable? And thousands of miles away? You've already crossed the border, brat. Lu Xiaoyi did not feel ashamed at all. That's just an adjective to describe something far away. You don't have to take it seriously. Everyone laughed. It was said that there were all kinds of strange things in the world. This person's mouth was full of nonsense, but he could not arouse the disgust of others. It was also a kind of ability. The old man asked, "What secret cultivation methods do you lack? Tell me. Even if I don't know everything, there are many fellow cultivators around here. I think they can give you a definite answer. Which shop do you want to go to? Is the price fair?" Lu Xiaoyi scratched his head. "I seem to lack everything." The old man sighed. This was normal. When rogue cultivators first started, who didn't lack anything? Lacking everything. So he asked again, "I can see that what you lack is a set of techniques. This is more difficult. To gather a set of secret cultivation methods, it's impossible without some wealth. I shouldn't ask this, but how much do you have? How many spirit stones? Can you afford such a large expense? This time, I allow you to lie." Lu Xiaoyi did not care. "This time, I really don't want to lie. I have 100 taels of silver. As for spirit stones, old senior, what are spirit stones?" The old man sighed again. He realized that he sighed a little too much today. To rogue cultivators, it was nothing new for them to not know what spirit stones were after entering the cultivation world. Even when he had just entered the sect, he did not know what spirit stones were and had made a lot of jokes. It was difficult for rogue cultivators. They did not have a system of inheritance and did not have a fixed source of resources. They only relied on a little chance to enter the sect. It was really difficult to continue. After a little explanation, the old man's interest was greatly reduced. He said perfunctorily, "Then what exactly are you going to use to purchase the cultivation methods? Don't you have any idea?" Lu Xiaoyi stammered. He did not want to say it, but if he did not say it, no one could give him a proper suggestion. So, after dilly-dallying, he reluctantly took out 3 bamboo slips from his small bag. One was a summary of Mount Zhong's cultivation, one was a paper figurine technique, and one was a reckless ox body technique. "Although this junior does not have spirit stones, I can exchange them with cultivation method." In the entire store, almost all the customers were rogue cultivators who came to Xianlai town to exchange for resources. Because this place was remote, ordinary people rarely came here. Xianlai town did not have any places of entertainment. If one had to look, there were only a few restaurants and taverns in the town. Most rogue cultivators worked hard in their residences, but there were always a few who could not sit still and were greedy. This was the source of the small noodle shop's business. Everyone was listening to the conversation between the two. They all wanted to know what kind of trump card this prettily handsome young man had. To them, this was the greatest pleasure. As for what they would do after knowing, only the heavens knew. When Lu Xiaoyi took out his treasures, all the people who were paying attention hissed in unison. Those who felt bored simply paid the bill and left, because they were too lazy to listen anymore. Contrary to this person's glamorous appearance, this guy's extremely poor family background was the exact opposite of this person's extreme wealth. The old man sighed again. As expected, he also wanted to pay the bill and leave. "Little guy, let me tell you. Even if you threw these bamboo slips on the streets of Xianlai town, no one would pick them up. At most, the locals would pick them up and cook them. I'm guessing you have quite a few of these things in your bag, right? You hid them quite carefully. If you don't believe me, throw them out and see if anyone wants them. If a cultivator reaches out and picks one, I'll compensate you 10. Lu Xiaoyi did not believe him. He hugged his treasures tightly, looking as though he was being tricked. "Why don't you throw a few of them and see if this junior will pick them up?" Chapter 79. The old man was helpless. He had really been defeated by this kid. If you said he was stupid, then sometimes he was smarter than anyone else. If you said he was smart, then he was like an idiot holding onto this trash and not letting it go. Or was it because the vision of a rogue cultivator was too low and he didn't have enough knowledge that he was such a laughingstock? Thus, he pointed out, the cultivation methods and secret techniques of the real cultivation world would not be engraved on the bamboo slip. That would require a cultivator of at least the induction stage to use their own spiritual power as a medium and engrave it on the jade slips. Cultivators only need to stick the slips on their foreheads and the principles would be self-evident. The slips would self-destruct, and the principles of the Tao would not be easily imparted. Therefore, how could a real cultivation method be casually copied like a scroll in the mortal world? If it was really like this, then the Tao of cultivation would have long been rotten on the street. With just a glance, I can tell that these so-called techniques of yours are just adaptations of a real cultivation method in the mortal world. These are things that the government created to deal with cultivators. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you these things. In short, these things of yours are worthless. Don't take them to the market square or shop to exchange for cultivation methods. If it's light, then you'll be scolded. If it's heavy, then you'll be beaten. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Lu Xiaoyi was dumbstruck, but he still tightly held onto the bamboo slips. Although his face was like this, he believed it in his heart. This was because this old man had no reason to lie to him in front of so many people. From the expressions of the people around him, he could also see that these were all true. In fact, this was also in line with his own judgment of these bamboo slip. The tornado escape armor was like a supplementary spring. The reckless ox body could only strengthen the body. To cultivate the 7 forms of fire, he still had to use his mouth to spit it out, etc. These things were far from what he envisioned as a cultivator. He knew that the government had the power to deal with cultivators. Now it seemed that the bamboo slips that Lu Sima had obtained were actually the secret methods used by the government to train the men of sacrifice. It was an adaptation of the real practice of magic in the mortal world. He reckoned that the people chosen were people like Qi and Li San who relied on objects to enter the path of Taoism. They did not care about the future and only pursued besieging Qi-eating cultivators to make them flustered. They relied on numbers to win. His mother did not understand these things. She thought that these bamboo slips were the real cultivation methods, so she gave them to him with great care. Perhaps this was all part of his father's plan. He knew that the young man was very likely to be obsessed with this, so he put these things that would never be successfully cultivated in the study in order to temper his temperament in the future. Since he could not cultivate it, as time passed, he would naturally let it go. But the strange thing was, why did he succeed in this impossible situation? Was it just luck? Or was it a white sandworm? Or was it the floating luck in his sea of consciousness? Floating luck was also luck. The old man sighed again and waved his hand at the innkeeper. He placed a silver coin on the table and stood up. I'll treat this little brother to noodles. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and said, It's good that you're here. Young people should at least broaden their horizons. It's not wrong. After all, there's still plenty of time. You can always accumulate some wealth. It can also be considered a kind of tempering. Who hasn't taken this step before? The old man's departure was like an agreement. The other cultivators also left one after another. When they passed by Lu Xiaoyi, there were sighs, disdain, shaking their heads, and sympathy. However, these emotions could not be exchanged for even a cultivation method or a secret technique. Sympathy could not be eaten. This was the cruel reality. The old man was still considered good among them. In any case, he had treated him to a bowl of noodles. All of his performances were only worth a bowl of noodles, a dozen copper coins. Among the cultivators who walked out, there were a few young female cultivators. However, most of them had disdainful expressions. This made Lu Xiaoyi truly understand that in the cultivation world, it was impossible to rely on one's looks to make a living. Even the local mortal girls of Xianlai town were disdainful, let alone nuns. This lesson was very profound and also very demoralizing. The innkeeper came over to take away the small silver piece, but Lu Xiaoyi called out to him. Wait a minute. Just now, that senior said he would treat me to noodles, but 1 bowl isn't enough for me. The innkeeper was expressionless. Just how big was this person's heart? After being ridiculed, he still had such an appetite and still wanted to take advantage of others. This silver piece is still enough for you to buy a bowl. Lu Xiaoyi beamed with delight. Then give me another bowl. Late at night, Lu Xiaoyi sat cross-legged on a bed in the inn. The room was very small, but it was very clean. This was a characteristic of small inns. Regarding everything that had happened today, He had his own unique judgment. He was not pretending to be crazy, nor was he deliberately trying to attract attention to himself. In the end, this was just a way to protect himself. What was meant by being low-key? Everyone had their own understanding. In his opinion, being low-key was definitely not a superficial understanding of hiding in a corner, not making a sound, not standing out for anything, sneaking around, and taking losses as enjoyment. It was definitely not like that. They were all experienced old cultivators with ample life experience. If you hid in a corner and didn't say anything, did you think that no one would notice? No one would pay attention to you? Treat you like air? Too naive. Most likely, they would pay more attention to whether or not you were a character pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Your every move would be watched by others. Where could you hide in this tiny town of immortals? Therefore, he had to expose himself, even if he had to do it on his own initiative. At the very least, he had to let others have a rough understanding of him. He liked to act cool, he was a bit clever, he was new to cultivation, his knowledge was limited, and so on. When these perceptions were put together, a conclusion would naturally be drawn. He was a poor kid with no resources. His trump cards that he thought were infallible were actually fake techniques that were prevalent in the mortal world. This was the goal he wanted to achieve. Perhaps he could not fool everyone, but it would be fine as long as he could fool the majority. He was so careful because he was not a poor kid. He also had a trump card and a net worth. His wealth was hidden in the 2 small bottles at his waist. There were a total of 100 red thread worms. What did 100 red thread worms signify? It signified several months' worth of cultivation resources for a late-stage chi-eating cultivator. In the cultivation world, the form of currency was very complicated, but there were 2 basic methods of circulation: spirit stones and medicinal pills. All other items were basically measured in terms of value. The cornerstone of medicinal pills was the most basic chi-eating pill. Spirit stones were low-grade spirit stones. Their effects were the same. In other words, the effect obtained from swallowing a chi-eating pill was about the same as holding a low-grade spirit stone in one's hand. Here, it could only be said to be about the same. Because there were no absolutes, different arcane efforts, differences in constitution, environmental changes, and so on, some people liked medicinal pills and some liked spirit stones. Thus, there was exchange and circulation. As for the chi-nourishing pill and mid-grade spirit stones, those were a higher-level system. Lu Xiaoyi did not have access to them now. His red thread white sandworm, in terms of the effect of absorbing spiritual opportunity, was probably equivalent to 1.5 chi-eating pills or low-grade spirit stones. Considering that the red thread worms had become purer after being refined by life energy, they were easier to be absorbed by the human body. They also did not have the pill toxins of medicinal pills or impurities of spirit stones. In terms of value, a single red threadworm, if sold at a good price, could be sold for close to 2 chi-eating pills or 2 low-grade spirit stone. In other words, Lu Xiaoyi's wealth was close to 200 chi-eating pills or close to 200 low-grade spirit stones. To a rogue cultivator, this was already a huge fortune. In the noodle house, in terms of individual wealth, there might not be anyone richer than him. This was the reason why he had to be careful. Chapter 80. The Xianlai town's Xianlai market was concentrated on the only street in the town, right next to Lu Xiaoyi's noodle shop. It was very small and very convenient. Simply put, it was a regional Xianlai market. Its influence was very limited. It might have some reputation in the area around Anxian Prefecture, but it wasn't well known beyond that. There was no jostling and endless traffic. If this were the mortal world, it would be an example of a business failure. However, everything changed when it came to Xianlai. Even if a shop didn't make a single transaction in a year, they wouldn't care about that year's rent and labor. The currency of Xianlai town and the currency of the mortal world were 2 completely different systems. They couldn't be compared at all. This was also the key reason why the locals didn't reject Xianlai market. It was quiet, there was money to be made, and there were few problems. Who wouldn't like this kind of business? In the whole of Xianlai town, the so-called dozens of Xianlai market wasn't actually accurate. There were only 17 shops that really had something to do with Xianlai town. This number reflected the general situation of Xianlai town and the nearby Xianlai town, which was very underdeveloped. However, for Lu Xiaoyi, it was just right. He started from the west side of the street. The first shop was called Xianlai Pavilion. It sounded very impressive, but in fact, it had nothing to do with a pavilion in terms of architecture. A pavilion, you had to have 2 floors to be called a pavilion, and in Xianlai town, there were no 2-story building. The inside of the shop was dim. Perhaps it was because he had arrived early, or because there were very few people here to begin with, but in the entire small space, there was only one customer who was looking at something. He was indifferent to Lu Xiaoyi's arrival. The furnishings here were very simple. There was a shopkeeper's tall counter, and someone who he didn't know was wiping the counter weekly. There were also 7 or 8 stools randomly placed in the shop, and there was a worn-out bookcase against the wall. That seemed to be all. It was impossible to expect the service industry to have the same attitude as in his previous life. There were no bright lights, no enthusiastic shop owners, and no neatly arranged goods. It was like the atmosphere of a ghost market in the mortal world at dawn. Lu Xiaoyi was not surprised. Yesterday, in the small noodle house, he had a general understanding of the market. His pretense was not in vain. He had learned a lot of common sense. He arrived in front of the bookcase that was placed against the wall. There were 5 bamboo slips neatly placed inside. He casually took one of them. Then, without saying anything, he found a stool to sit down on and began to carefully read it. This was the unique characteristic of the town of Immortal Lies Market Square. It might also be the unique characteristic of this world's market square. You wouldn't be able to see the real spiritual items, cultivation techniques, jade slips, pills, talismans, and so on. The shopkeeper would only provide a detailed catalogue. If you took a fancy to something, you would have to tell the shopkeeper. Then, you would pick up the item and look at it. This was the standard procedure. Of course, if you were a financial backer, you could throw a bag of spirit stones over and request to see the goods in batches. There were privileges everywhere. The key was whether or not you had the ability. Lu Xiaoyi had some strength, but he didn't dare to show it, so he could only look at the catalogue. Through the catalogue, he could roughly judge what kind of things he could come into contact with among the rogue cultivators in this world. How much was the price? The catalogue was very detailed. It included the introduction of the goods, their functions, their quality, their price, and so on. Of course, the seller's introduction was always overstated. If you really took a fancy to a certain cultivation item, you could ask the shopkeeper to look at the real thing. There was probably a limit to the number of times you could ask the shopkeeper to look at the real thing. Usually, if you didn't buy after looking at 2 or 3 items, it would be very difficult to look at them again. You had to know your limits. Lu Xiaoyi's problem was that he didn't have a comprehensive and systematic understanding of the cultivation technique system of the Qi Eater stage. He wasn't too sure if the various cultivation techniques here had any restrictions on the orthodoxy. Would it affect his future direction? In addition, was there a difference between the level of cultivation techniques? What was the difference? Was it just based on the price? Without the guidance of an experienced person, it was very difficult for a rogue cultivator in this aspect. Due to the small size of each shop had its own focus. For example, the Fenglai Pavilion was a place that sold cultivation techniques and secret techniques and provided basic materials for refining weapons. Some other shops were more focused on talismans, some on elixirs, some on refining weapons, and some focused on formations. These things were not something that Lu Xiaoyi could come into contact with at this stage. Unless he lived here in the future, he wouldn't be able to obtain an endless supply of materials for refining elixirs, making talismans, and setting up formations. It was too troublesome to go back and forth. He could only take one of the red thread worms in Pu City and the immortal arrival formation. Lu Xiaoyi had never thought of turning himself into an alchemist, talisman master, or formation master. He simply believed that if cultivation turned him into a skilled worker, a person who focused on doing business, then what was the point of cultivation? He still preferred those colorful techniques and a carefree life. He didn't want to carry the heavy pressure of cultivation and spend his days haggling over every little thing. Therefore, due to his current physical conditions and the yearning in his heart, he didn't even look at these areas that held a very important position in cultivation. He came here to find a basic cultivation technique that could allow him to continuously improve until he sensed the foundation establishment. He didn't want to be high and mighty, he only wanted to be peaceful and compatible. He didn't want to choose a direction. After confirming his direction, there were only a limited number of shops left to choose from. Among them was the largest shop in Immortal Arrival Town, which had the most comprehensive range of goods, was the oldest, and had the backing of Crane Mountain's orthodoxy, the Yunlai Pavilion. Lu Xiaoyi spent 10 days studying the catalogue of almost every shop. He didn't dare to say that he had a detailed understanding of this world's bottom-level cultivation system, but he was more or less familiar with it. Most of the shopkeepers in the shops were taciturn, but there were also those who talked incessantly and liked to teach others. This was Lu Xiaoyi's opportunity. He always humbly asked for advice from others and lowered himself. Through conversation, he gave others the satisfaction of being a master. Not only did he satisfy others, but he also enriched himself. How great was that? Chapter 81. What surprised old Xiaoyi was that Xianlai town not only had a cultivator's shop, but also a cultivator's ghost market. Every morning, some cultivators would spontaneously gather in a small alley in Xianlai town. They would mingle with the town's residents and display their goods. On the left were those who bought radishes, on the right were those who sold leafy vegetables, and in the middle were those who sold talismans, pills, and other cultivation items. It looked strange, but it was hard to believe that they got along so well with each other. It was like a small flea market. It lasted for less than 2 hours in the morning, and after that, it would disperse. For itinerant cultivators, there was nothing they could do about it. When they went to the shops to trade, they would buy at a high price and sell at a low price. The shops would always have to take some of the difference. For itinerant cultivators like them who needed to be careful with their spending, they were very unwilling to do so. Thus, the most ancient method of bartering came into being. Each took what they needed, and it was fair and reasonable. However, this kind of spontaneous trading method had the possibility of being deceived and tricked. There were gains and losses, and there was nothing they could do about it. With their methods, they naturally couldn't tolerate the shops on the ground, so they couldn't set up stalls on the only street in Xianlai town. They could only mingle with the mortals who sold vegetables and meat. The suffering of itinerant cultivators at the bottom was obvious. Most of the cultivators who set up stalls had one thing in common: they were talkative. Regardless of whether you were talkative or not, setting up a stall here forced you to be talkative. Otherwise, how could you sell your goods? During this process, Lu Xiaoyi learned a lot. This was actually a stage that ordinary itinerant cultivators had to go through. They would slowly enrich themselves through exploration, waiting for a possible opportunity to rise up. He also finally understood that the middle parallel qi art really existed in the cultivation world. Furthermore, it was a very famous, very common, and very popular cultivation method. This was because it didn't have any influence on a cultivator's future. It was a basic cultivation method. However, the middle parallel qi art Lu Xiaoyi had obtained was just a modified and simplified version of the cultivator's version. However, the basic principles were the same. He still couldn't understand how he had succeeded in stepping into the Tao under such impossible circumstances. In this market where agriculture and cultivation coexisted, there was a rogue cultivator who stood out. His hair was messy and untrimmed, and he probably hadn't washed his hair. A long scar ran from the corner of his left eye all the way to his right chin. He had a fierce gaze, and his entire body exuded an unruly temperament. After conversing with the other cultivators, Lu Xiaoyi learned of this person's name. It was Liang Kuangren. Liang was not a surname, but a nickname for the place where he came from. It meant that he was a crazy person who came from the land of Liang. To be able to win such a reputation among the cultivators, even if it was at the lower level of the qi-eating stage, it showed that this person had extraordinary strength and a crazy and willful personality. In fact, in the cultivation world, the behavior of cultivators was not much different from that of street thugs in the mortal world. The soft feared the hard feared the tyrannical, and the tyrannical feared the fearless. Liang Quangren was such a fearless person. On top of that, his strength was indeed very high, and there were a few fierce things that were spread in the cultivation circle, such as slaughtering an entire family, cutting open their stomachs, and so on. This created an impression that ordinary cultivators did not dare to provoke him. Even if they were not weaker than him, even if they had the advantage of numbers, and even if they had reason, they would still try to keep the peace. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong was the most basic human trait. In fact, it was not only limited to humans, but also other intelligent creatures. For some reason, such a person had appeared in Xianlai town in the past few days and set up a stall in the flea market to ask for medicinal pills, qi-nourishing pills, and qi-eating pill. Unlike the stinginess of others, Liang Quangren's stall was generous and straightforward. Hundreds of low-grade spirit stones were lined up in a small pile, and there was a cloth curtain next to it with the exchange price. He had no choice but to set up his own stall because the shops in Xianlai town had suppressed the price too much. Here, even someone as arrogant as Liang Quangren did not dare to look down on the orthodoxy of Crane Mountain. This was the exchange price set by Xianlai town, and all the shops in Xianlai town could only obey. Liang Quangren was dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to set up his stall, hoping to meet a cultivator in need so that they could barter without a middleman. The so-called Quangren only had influence among the rogue cultivators. When it came to orthodoxes, there were only obedient people, and no Quangren. Lu Xiaoyi spent 10 days to figure out the general situation of Xianlai town's cultivation market. This might just be the tip of the iceberg, but for him, this tip was enough for him to digest. He could not care less about what was below the surface, as he did not have the ability to do so. Thus, he settled the bill and led his horse out of the town, heading east. In an ordinary courtyard in Xianlai town, a voice sighed. "He's really not buying anything. He's really poor." Another voice sighed. "But this kid is still very clever. He's already plucked the horse's limbs, and we can't find them." The first voice said, "Why are you looking for him? You shouldn't have spent so much effort on him. Even if it's the most common tracking device, it still has a cost. If you have the time, why don't you just keep an eye on others?" "All right. I think that Quangren is about to lose his patience. He'll be leaving in a few days. We've been secretly preventing others from trading with him all this time, so that we can vent his anger. But, have you prepared your men? This guy is quite famous, and his subordinates are tough. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle him if there aren't enough people around him." Lu Xiaoyi headed east, but after a few hours, he changed directions and headed north. Half a day later, he arrived at a hunter's house at the foot of an unknown mountain at dusk. This was the house he had stayed at before. The owner was very hospitable, but he had the temperament of a mountain dweller. When he saw someone he liked, he couldn't wait to entertain them with everything he had. Leaving the 2 horses here, they accepted the host's banquets until the hunter was dead drunk and settled down a little. Only then did they take advantage of the night to turn around and head back. Traveling through the night and wearing the moon, they rushed back to the outskirts of Xianlai town before dawn. They sat cross-legged and recuperated, waiting for the right time. At 9 in the morning, Lu Xiaoyi did not change his attire too much. He swaggered into Xianlai town because he knew that those mortal disguises could not be hidden from intentional cultivators. Since that was the case, why did he have to do something superfluous? He directly went to the flea market in the alley. As expected, Liang Quangren's face was full of impatience. He didn't expect that in this somewhat famous market in Anshiren, he couldn't find anyone who could trade with him for more than 100 spirit stones. If he had known, he would have gone to a more distant and more familiar market. It would have been better than wasting his time here. He had decided that today would be the last day. If no one came to trade with him, he would find another place tomorrow. He wouldn't let those dirty goods in the market take advantage of him. Chapter 82. Lu Xiaoyi didn't try to hide anything and walked straight to him. I don't have any pills, but I have red thread white sandworms. I can meet your requirements in quantity. If you accept, what price are you willing to pay? The exchange price on Liang Quangren's cloth was 100 spirit stones for 100 qi-eating pills. To be fair, this was a fair price. However, in practice, the spiritual energy of pills was easier to absorb. Although the spiritual energy of spirit stones was equivalent, there would always be a leakage of 10 to 20% during the absorption process. Therefore, in the shops of Xianlai town, 100 spirit stones could only be exchanged for 90 qi-eating pills. This was why Liang Quangren was dissatisfied. However, qi-eating pills had pill toxins. This was a common characteristic of all pills. After taking it for a period of time, cultivators would stop and use special methods to expel the toxins. In this aspect, it was not as good as the red thread white sandworms, which were converted purely from life energy. Liang Quangren naturally hoped to use something like this that did not have any side effects. Therefore, after being surprised, he said without hesitation, I have 120 spirit stones. I'll exchange them for 70 red thread white sandworms. What do you think? Lu Xiaoyi was also straightforward. The key to his trip this time was speed. What he hated the most was delay. All right, can you give me your storage pouch? Liang Quangren was also very straightforward. He counted the 120 spirit stones one by one in front of Lu Xiaoyi and tossed them over to him. He was not afraid that Lu Xiaoyi would try anything funny. He could clearly see that Lu Xiaoyi was just a small cultivator who had only reached the mid-stage of Qi Eater. Compared to him, who was at the pinnacle of Qi Eater and was only a step away from being able to sense the foundation establishment stage, Liang Quangren was far from being a late-stage Qi Eater. Lu Xiaoyi was also straightforward. He took out a bottle and said, there are 50 red thread white sandworms here. You can check them. Liang Quangren used some unknown method and nodded. There are indeed 50 of them. Lu Xiaoyi took out another bottle and picked 20 red thread white sandworms from it. This was an act of helplessness. He might be suspected of showing off his wealth. He originally thought that Liang Quangren had less than 100 spirit stones on display. He did not expect Liang Quangren to gather dozens of spirit stones from elsewhere. He needed spirit stones. Only by using spirit stones could he avoid arousing too much suspicion. Otherwise, if he brought 100 red thread worms into the shop, the first thing people would think would be to know where he got these things. Therefore, he had no choice but to reveal that he had another bottle. Indeed, he wasn't exactly exposed. If one was a little more meticulous, they would be able to guess that since he could immediately take out the red thread worms to exchange for so many spirit stones, he must have some surplus. This was inevitable. The transaction between the two was completed abnormally fast, so fast that the other cultivation stalls across the vegetable and meat stalls didn't have time to notice it. Then, they greeted each other and tacitly left. Lu Xiaoyi didn't know where Liang Quangren had gone, but he knew exactly where he should go. He walked straight to the middle of the street, to the largest and most luxurious shop in Immortal Cometh Town, the shipping tower. He didn't even take out the catalogue names. These things had long been engraved in his mind. He had been mulling over them for more than 10 days and didn't dare to forget them. He walked to the front of the counter and said, Jade Clear Zhongping's Imperial Edict, Internal Nourishing Eye Technique, Heavy Ear True Essence, Silent Tortoise Breath, 10 Feet Movement Technique, Object Control Technique, Minor Dao Body. The shop assistant was still confused. Generally, customers would look at the items one by one. Who would buy them wholesale like this? This was against the rules. Lu Xiaoyi didn't say much and slapped the storage pouch in his hand on the counter. This storage pouch was the lowest grade storage pouch in the cultivation world. Not only was its space small, it was also unstable. It would lose its effectiveness in 3 to 5 years. It was precisely because of this that when it slapped the counter, spirit stones rolled and clinked inside. This sound was more powerful than any language. The shop assistant had been in this business for a long time. Just from the sound alone, he could tell that there were no less than 100 spirit stones inside. Therefore, he didn't say much and quickly ran into the inner hall. Soon, he came out together with an old man and held out a jade slip. Lu Xiaoyi had already made up his mind. He wanted to buy everything, buy it quickly, buy it with confidence, and buy it with high quality. In the town of Xianlai, there was no other shop besides the Yunlai restaurant. Although the price was a little expensive, it was worth it and didn't take up much time. Compared to going shop by shop and haggling, it wouldn't be cheaper by much. On the contrary, it would attract the jealousy of countless people. 7 jade slips were spread out on the counter. The other loose cultivators in the shop were very surprised. They didn't know where such a rich and overbearing young man had come from. At a glance, they could tell that he had a backer. But since he had a backer, why did he only choose these ordinary cultivation methods that couldn't be more ordinary? Lu Xiaoyi picked them up one by one and quickly examined them. With the jade slips in his hand, the spiritual vigor inside them faintly flowed. Just by feeling, he knew that they were genuine goods. In this regard, the orthodoxy of Crane Mountain wouldn't ruin their own reputation. The old man's voice beside him was unusually gentle. Jade Clear Zhongping's imperial edict is the orthodox Tao of Taoism. It has been passed down to this day and is still the first choice for Taoist disciples to advance. It is passed down from Jade Clear Great Tao, so it is limitless. Because of Zhongping, there is no interference from external demons. Thank you for 35 spirit stones. The art of cultivating eyes internally is the foundation of Qi cultivators. It doesn't rely on external forces. It is to strengthen the eye aperture internally and lay a solid foundation for the future. Thank you for 12 spirit stones. Attaching to the true essence of the ear, listening to nature. Thank you for 10 spirit stones. Quiet turtle breathing, silence. Thank you for 10 spirit stones. Escape technique of 10 feet. It is the foundation of escape technique of close yet worlds apart. Close yet worlds apart is the prerequisite of lesser teleportation. It is the foundation of escape technique. Thank you for 20 spirit stones. Object control technique. It is suitable for both long-range attack and short-range defense. Thank you for 12 spirit stones. Small Tao body. It is a Taoist body strengthening technique. It is strong on the inside and strong on the outside. It is also a speed technique. Thank you for 20 spirit stones. What fellow Daoist has chosen is a total of 119 spirit stones. This old man will make the decision. If fellow Daoist wants to take all of them, 110 spirit stones will be enough. If you only take a few of them, you will not get such a great discount. If you only take one item, the original price will not be discussed. Lu Xiaoyi did not utter a word. He poured the contents of the storage pouch on the counter and counted 10 spirit stones before putting them back. He then put the 7 jade slips into the storage pouch and stuffed it into his robes. He cupped his hands at the old man and turned to leave. The shop assistant clicked his tongue. "Master, I have been here for so many years. This is the first time I have seen such a straightforward customer." The old man narrowed his eyes. He is a cautious person. Cautious people always live longer. After Lu Xiaoyi left the fortune-gathering restaurant, he did not hesitate. He seemed to be moving slowly but was actually very fast. He quickly passed through the short street and exited the town entrance. His speed immediately increased. He had already tied the windwing formation to his feet. Once he used it, the farmers on the edge of the field could only see a black shadow rushing away. Before they could take a closer look, he had already disappeared without a trace. He was familiar with the path and had a clear direction. He only raised his speed to the limit in order to shake off the people who might be following him. From the beginning of his transaction with Liang Quangren to leaving the fortune-gathering restaurant, only 15 minutes had passed. In such a short time, even if someone was really watching him, it would be difficult for them to react. To put it bluntly, he was fast. He was so fast that others could not react in time, let alone intercept him. He could not ride a horse. In the Southern Kingdom, riding a horse was not as fast as running. He also could not leave his horse in Xianlai town. As the saying goes, an old horse knows the way. These cultivators all had mysterious abilities, so he could not leave any clues behind. He had already lost 2 desert camels on his trip to the Gobi Desert. He did not want to lose 2 more horses on this trip to Craning Mountain. The financial situation of Lu province was not as good as it appeared to be. He did not want to add additional burdens to his mother. Chapter 83. After sprinting for dozens of miles, a large town was just ahead. He turned left and took a small path north, which was where he had hidden his horse. It was at this moment that he stopped, because a figure had appeared in front of him. Liang Quangren. I want your remaining red thread worms. I don't have any spirit stones to give you right now, so I'll give them to you in the future, Liang Quangren said casually. Lu Xiaoyi sighed, but did not avoid it. There were only wrong names, but there were no wrong nicknames. He had originally thought that people like Liang Quangren, who was brash and unrestrained, would do things more openly than those sanctimonious people. He guessed right. Liang Quangren was openly robbing him. It was obvious that he had done this many times before. When he first entered Xianlai town, he understood a principle. In the cultivation world, one couldn't rely on one's looks to make a living. However, he didn't understand it thoroughly enough. Now, he understood that while it was detestable to be sanctimonious, it was equally detestable to be blatant. In the face of benefits, whether one was handsome or ugly, openly or secretly, it didn't matter. He did not try to defend himself, beg for mercy, lie, or stall for time. He knew very well that once Liang Quangren made his move, all his chances would be for naught. He had no right to negotiate with Liang Quangren. Life and death were in the hands of others. The more he spoke, the worse it would be. He took out another bottle from his bag. There were still 30 red thread worms inside. He waved it at Liang Quangren. When he saw Liang Quangren nod, he threw the bottle far away. Liang Quangren had been in the Jianghu for a long time and was very experienced. He did not catch it directly with his hands, but with his spiritual energy. Just like the object manipulation technique that Lu Xiaoyi bought, he would be able to react to any changes. Just as he expected, the bottle was as soft as tofu. As soon as he touched it with his spiritual power, the bottle shattered into pieces. Liang Quangren's face was full of disdain as he shouted, "You sly little thief." He retracted his spiritual energy and was about to shatter the bottle fragments. However, there was no explosive or poisonous smoke inside. Instead, 30 rays of red light shot out. The red thread white sandworms were the most sensitive to spiritual vigor, and it was their instinct to counterattack by following spiritual vigor. Liang Quangren's ability to manipulate objects and his own spiritual power made him a formidable foe to the worms. A red light flashed and 30 rays of spiritual power shot into Liang Quangren's body at a blinding speed. Despicable. This was the most ridiculous thing Liang Quangren had ever said in his entire life. The soft is afraid of the hard is afraid of the unreasonable, and the unreasonable is afraid of those who don't care about their lives. These were all true, but there was one last sentence. Those who don't care about their lives are afraid of those who are inexperienced. He didn't care about anything, didn't beg for mercy, didn't delay, and didn't get angry. He just directly killed. With Lu Xiaoyi's current cultivation, he could withstand 1 or 2 red thread worms at once. At his limit, he could withstand 4 or 5 at most. Just like that time in the Gobi, he had almost lost his life. Of course, Liang Quangren was much stronger than him. Under normal circumstances, even if he used 2 or 3 red thread worms, his limit would not exceed 10. Now that the spiritual power of 30 red thread worms poured into his body at the same time, his whole body immediately went numb and inflated like a balloon. Other than channeling and absorbing the spiritual power, he had no other choice. Cultivators had many methods to deal with the influx of spiritual vigor, but that only applied to those who were in the foundation establishment stage and above, not to chi-eater cultivators like him. In the real cultivation world, Chi-eater cultivators were not considered to have truly stepped into Taoism, so their adaptability was limited. The dantian of a Chi-eater cultivator was not yet fully formed, it was only a place to store spiritual power. Only after they had reached the foundation establishment stage would it truly become the core of power and have all kinds of wonderful uses. It was called the Daoist Foundation. Now that the Daoist Foundation had yet to form, the influx of spiritual vigor was like a huge poison. Liang Quangren felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He knew that things were not going well, but his strength was not there, his spiritual vigor was out of control, and his six senses were not clear. In the next moment, he felt a sharp object penetrating his heart chamber, and only then did his spiritual power find a place to vent. However, it was already too late. Although the spiritual vigor was leaking out, his heart meridian had already been destroyed. Chi-eater cultivators like him did not have the physical abilities of a true major cultivator, they were only slightly stronger than mortals. Now that his heart chamber had been penetrated, it was not only spiritual vigor that leaked out, but also vitality. He sat down weakly, but he was not very sad or angry. He could kill, and so could others. It was fair and reasonable. He just did not expect that he would fail in front of a new cultivator. He thought that he had died in a siege. He forced himself to open his eyes, only to see the young man in front of him using his sword to support himself. He swayed a little when he saw the young man looking at him. "Sorry, I'm dizzy from blood. I've embarrassed myself in front of you." Liang Quangren felt that his life's ideals were collapsing. He really could not understand this young man's strangeness. After fainting for a few breaths, Lu Xiaoyi recovered and apologized again. "I'm poor and I still have to search your corpse. Sorry for the offense." The young man's hand moved quickly on Liang Quangren's body. Storage rings, storage pouches, spirit beast pouches, and even the gold and silver of the mortal world were not spared. Liang Quangren chuckled. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to use the last of his strength. "Sorry, I'm vomiting blood. I hope you don't faint. There's a storage ring sewn into my collar. That's all the wealth I've accumulated in my life. I'll give it all to you. Remember, 2 heavy and 1 light. Naturally, you'll avoid it. You're stronger than me. Young man, when you stop being dizzy from blood, you'll make the entire cultivation world tremble." Liang Quangren had been crazy his whole life. Before he died, he regained his wild and extraordinary side. He did not blame this young man at all. He was the one who started it, but his methods were not as vicious as this young man. Serves him right. Fortunately, with the death of Liang Quangren, there was another young madman in the world. My legacy is not lonely. After Lu Xiaoyi was done searching, he thought for a moment. He went behind Liang Quangren's body, which was still in a sitting position, and cut off his collar. This was because he was afraid that there might be a trap. Then, he threw everything into his small bag. Without caring about the corpse, he determined the direction and fled again. He had wanted to take away all the red thread worms, but they immediately burrowed into the ground and disappeared. He did not know how long they could survive after leaving the desert. He could not care too much about that. He could not care about the corpse. He did not have the ability to burn it down with a flame, nor did he have the time to dig a hole to bury it. He could just leave these superficial matters to the mortal world's authorities. He would not put himself in danger for the sake of so-called morality and benevolence. Liang Quangren's body sat upright on the main road, facing the direction of Town of Immortals. Blood flowed all over the ground, but there was no malevolence on his face. There was only relief. Soon, passers-by saw this horrifying scene. They did not dare to move the corpse and could only run away to report it to the authorities. However, before the authorities could arrive, a few figures moved quickly and appeared in front of Liang Quangren's corpse. After quickly inspecting Liang Quangren's corpse, a middle-aged cultivator said regretfully, "We were too late. Someone beat us to it. All his belongings have been plundered. It looks like it's a double cross." However, to be able to kill Liang Quangren so easily without any signs of resistance, could it be Crane Mountain? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.